It's time to say goodbye to a bygone era. The Pan-African movement is gone. Unfortunately, people cling on desperately to try to save it, but it's not going to work.
The price of freedom is death. We're coming to get our check.
Welcome, my brothers and my sisters. I'm your brother Afro. We're going to start this week off pretty strong. Now, if you guys need to check out our last live after this one, because we're going to be talking about Pan-Africanism, okay? And the people who push Pan-Africanism, the Pan-Africanists, and this is something that we've done on this channel for a very long time, exposing the hypocrisy when it comes to the Pan-Africanists, when it comes to the people who claim that they want unity across the diaspora, they want togetherness, and they want a bond, a strong, healthy bond across the diaspora. We've been saying, okay, well, if you want this bond like you claim you do, and this equality, and this mutually beneficial, keyword mutually beneficial, okay, keyword mutually, relationship, then you need to address every aspect of it. You need to address the flaws of it. But the Pan-Africanists, and this is something that I've said, they have this thing where Africa cannot be criticized. Africans cannot be criticized. And even when they do, it's always, well, they just don't know what they're doing. Y'all do it too. You can't get that mad at them. It's always belittling and trying to undermine and making it seem as if what they're doing is just not that bad. And this is why we are led to the situation that we're in today. This is why we've gotten to this point. This is why it's gotten to such a point where we're just completely fed up and we say, you know what? It's over with. We just washed our hands with it. We're done. We're done. It's over. It's over. This is why we're here now, y'all. And we got to talk about this. Because we've had so many people who've been strong to the cause, for the most part. And now it seems like they're too hooked into Pan-Africanism that they're actually becoming an obstacle for the movement. Okay, now here's the thing. We don't tell people what they believe in. I can't make you believe in anything. Okay, I'm not the leader. I can't make you believe in something. You believe in what you want to believe in. But over here, we're believing in something that's going to push the community forward. Okay, we're believing in a better future, a future of justice. Dismantling the system of white supremacy with a system of justice. Now, our method is our method. Our method is working clearly. Our method is working. Now, you might have a different method. You might have a different strategy of it. Okay, fine. You go your way. I go my way. Okay? You're turning left. This is my left on this side. You're turning left. You see the watch? You're turning left. We're turning right. That's how we do it. Now, it's a problem when we're turning right, you're trying to put barriers in front of the road that we're going ahead. When we're turning right, you're grabbing us and you're pulling us back to the left. No. See, that's why I have an issue with it. I have an issue with the fact that it's not just y'all believe something different from us, but y'all kind of keep it to yourself and y'all move your own way. People believe in what they believe in. But when you become an obstacle, when you're such an opposition to what we're doing, you get in the way, then that's when I need to address it. Now, I addressed Professor Small, last week. Right after, I'm telling you, immediately after I was done with our live stream, and we did a great job with our live stream. Shout out to every single last one of y'all, okay? Because y'all was hitting that like button, subscribe button, all that stuff, which I do hope that you do now. I hope you hit that like button, subscribe button, and notification, and leave a comment and all that. Okay. Right after that, I got a clip of, I guess, an interview he was doing, and I said, oh my God. Because the other one I did before, which was still really good, it was him just talking on a live stream on Facebook. Now he did a whole interview, and not only did he double down, he said some far worse things, some far more egregious things, okay? So we got to get to that. Before we do, let's play and shout out to Haru. Haru actually has sent it to me right after that, okay? Right after the live stream last week. Before we get into that, what we're going to do is we're going to play the copyright disclaimer. This establishes to YouTube everything we play thus forth is protected under the guise of fair use. All right? Everything, every clip, all of that, fair use. As I'm gone, what I need you guys to do is hit that like button, subscribe button, share button. I'll be right back. Copyright disclaimer. Under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976, allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Non-profit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use. All right, okay. Before we get started, I think that it's best to give you guys the origin of why we see Professor Small going off like this. Because recently there's been a video that's resurfaced online, all right? Also, shout out to our brother Chase on Instagram. He has a big page on Instagram called Voice of the Ancestors, and he posted this clip. I'm about to show it. This is of Professor Small some years ago. I don't know exactly when, but this was a while ago, of him speaking on the lack of Pan-Africanism in the continent of Africa. And this is what triggered the Professor Small to, fly off the handle, unfortunately. But this is it.
Day parade. You don't see the Africans. You got the festival that be going on in Brooklyn. The band festival, the African festival. Where's the Africans at? When we doing our rallies and our marches, where's the Africans at on your side? Talk to us really about that, man.
See, let me tell you something. We think slavery in America was something. Slavery in Africa is still in force. You talking about deaf, blind, and dumb. Don't confuse you because somebody got on some printed cloth that's printed in Holland or India that you're looking at an African cultural expression. That's not an African cultural expression. That cloth was printed in a European country and then sold to Africans. And they've accepted that as their cloth. You understand what I'm saying? Just that piece. Now, they do speak the language, but they know less about their history than you and I do. So you've got a deaf, blind, dumb, backwards person.
I'm not going to pause it too much. I just want you to pay attention to what he's saying. Remember, he said they know less about their history than you and I do. Remember that. That's going to be important later on.
Speaking an African language, coming from the African country, came here to be a parasite on their own people with no respect for themselves as human beings, and then because they speak a language, try to play you off like they got something culturally that you don't have. The most culturally enforced African in the world is the African American. Most of the movements that have changed the world, that allow all ethnic nations to profit, has been our movement. And so we get peed on and played down because these people are so punked out and scared of the white man that they feel because they're scared of the white man, they got to be against us.
Are they our people, brother, or are we our own people now?
No, we got to understand two things. We have...
Okay, come on now. Now, this was the clip that's gotten him to switch up like this. I want you to see, this is the type of time he was on. All of what he's saying is absolutely correct. The movements that have changed, not just America, but the world, have been here. That's been found. He's saying African American, but it's foundational Black American. Y'all know we got to rep the lineage. Let's rep the lineage, right? That's why I'm wearing this. We got to rep the lineage, but it's been foundational Black Americans, all right? And they're coming because they speak a foreign language or they wear a dashiki. That means that they're more culturally connected to their ancestors, and that's not the case. We know more about our history, and we honor our history better. Most importantly, we honor it better. We showcase it better through our actions and culture currently. I'm going to let him finish.
A race, and then we have an ethnic place. Ethnically, we African Americans. Just like a guy from Africa, he can say he's African, but there's no country called African. He's either Nigerian, Ghanaian, Malian, or something. That's his ethnic nation. Racially, we are together, but economically, we may well be enemies. And we have to be clear on that. that our economic enemy is just that. And if you deal with your economic enemy like it's your friend, you're going to be the loser at the end of the day. Now, we raised the question of Pan-Africanism in this hemisphere. You know, we had the brothers from Trinidad, and then you had W.B. Du Bois, and we created this phenomena. But Africa has never created a Pan-African movement. You understand? Africa has never really supported a Pan-African movement. We had a couple of people in Nkrumah and Julius Nyerere and Mugabe, but most of Africa never gave a damn about a Pan-Africanism because they're still bogged down in the colonial slavery of European Judeo-Christian indoctrination, which is worse than anything that we've suffered. Worse than anything that we've suffered. The illusion of the clothes and the language make us think we're dealing with somebody that has some African purity culturally and spiritually. You're dealing with a confused, backwards Christian that love Europe more than they love their own ancestors. They would not even use an African word for God. You know, in Ghana, if you talk about being a traditional African, you might get beat down in the street. You understand? You're ostracized on the radio. Movies are made to show African culture as being the devil, while Christian culture is coming in as the savior. This is TV shows and on TV in Nigeria and Ghana every day.
Well, would you look at that? And that's interesting. That is incredibly interesting, don't you think? I mean, I'm just saying, like, that's...
It really don't.
That's, hold on. And shout out to Chase McGee. That's the voice of the ancestors. Okay, he posted that clip. I can't disagree with anything that was said there. Okay? The whole thing about Pan-Africanism. Correct. 100% correct. All right. Pan-Africanism is not a thing in Africa. That's not a thing in the African continent. They're still colonized, first off, really economically still today, physically still today, and most importantly, psychologically. They're still psychologically colonized. The only reason that our liberation and our resistance has been different is because even though we were restrained more strictly and with more force in our restraint, we were not psychologically colonized, at least not enough. They did not get enough of us to concede and to acquiesce to their colonial ideology. Okay, that's why you have the Nat Turners. That's why you have that's why you have the Harriet Tubmans. I'm sorry. That's why you have the Harriet Tubmans. That's why you have the Underground Railroads. That's why you have the John Horses and the Seminole Wars. That's why you have the revolutions that we've had in this country. You have this stuff. You have the Frederick Douglasses, and you have these things because we have not surrendered. Do you understand? And become psychologically colonized and followed and submitted ourselves to their colonial European ideology of being subordinate human beings. We have not. They have, unfortunately. Does this mean, because I know I don't want to seem like I'm generalizing or bullying for the sake of YouTube. I'm not saying that, okay? YouTube, do you understand that? I'm not saying all, but I'm saying that is a problem, and it's a cultural issue, and this is an issue, and this is why it's so crazy, because this is an issue that Professor Smalls has already admitted to existing. So when we say it, it's not as if it's like, well, how could you say that about our brothers and sisters? How could you say that? Professor, you've admitted it. You put it very well, to be very honest with you. So what is this switch up for now? How are you switching up now? And I'm telling you, the switch up is bad, y'all. The switch up is kind of is bad. The switch up is bad. I gotta play this clip, and I'm sure you guys have seen it. I'm sure you guys have, but we gotta go there. We have got to go there. Hold on. Oh boy, we gotta go there. Okay, hold on. There we go. He had some interview with this nobody tether that nobody knows nor cares about. Some crazy tether dude, and I'm not gonna lie to you. Now I sped it up because, to be honest, I do want to take phone calls later on tonight, which is why I started early. So I sped it up so we can kind of really get it, because I don't want to rush. I really want to break this down, but I want to hear you guys' opinion on it too. So I want to take phone calls a little bit later on. So that's why I started early. I appreciate you guys for being here, and I know that you guys want to speak on this subject. So I don't even know who this tether dude is. And this is a problem for me too, because this is not the first time that this has happened. All right. We've been here a couple years ago. If you guys have not seen, I know we have a lot of new subscribers, but we've been in this exact spot a couple years ago where some tether dude got Professor Small up on the interview or something like that, dissing FBA. We've already been here. So I was incredibly respectful, and I'm still going to be respectful now, but this is now I'm starting to get irritated now. Now I'm starting to get frustrated. But okay, let's go. Let's go there.
Well, thank you so much for being. And that's why when I was watching the show, I was like, who is the consultant? So I did know, man. So thank you so much. So, Prof, as we segue into, so Prof, I don't know whether you're active online and in social media, but if you are, you've probably seen this petty beef, between Africans and African Americans. And
you have to rephrase that. Some Africans and some.
Yes,
Africans.
some, very few. But you see, the problem is, Prof, and I don't know if I told you this when you were speaking on phone, but if I didn't, let me tell you that even if it's few, because you told me it's 99% of us who are on the right track, and it's 1% who are on the wrong track and who are really spewing a lot of divisive messages. But that 1%, Prof, is very, very consistent online. I mean, you would think that.
Yeah. But the reason they are, because they're busy fighting their game, and we're busy reacting to their game. Let's fight our game. Let's tell our story. Let's talk about Africa. Let's talk about African Caribbeans, African Americans, African Latinos, and how we are striving to get closer and work together, how our cultures have survived all over the world, how our culture has survived from Brazil to Puerto Rico to Cuba to Jamaica to Haiti to South Carolina to Mississippi to Alabama. Why don't we tell our side? And yes, we were there before Columbus, but we were everywhere before Columbus. So why is it so important that we were in North America? We were in South America, we were in Brazil, we were in Cambodia, we were in China. And so what we're dealing with...
Okay, let me pause it right here. He says, well, why is it so important? Now, we were everywhere. I believe that, and I've said that on this channel from day one. The first time I started addressing Black history as far as our origin, I have said we have been everywhere. There is already scientific proof. It's not just me being what they call like Afrocentric or whatever the case may be. This is scientifically backed that Black people have been all around the world before Europeans. We know this as a fact. All right. Now, my point is this. If you're going to say, we've already been here, we've already been in Asia, we've already been in Europe, we've already been that, why is it so important? Because you all keep making the argument of Africa. You all keep making the argument that the only thing that matters at all is Africa. Why do you guys keep forcing that argument? Because if you say, yeah, we've been everywhere, if you're going to agree to that, if you're going to concede to the fact that we've been everywhere else and we've established different nations, different cultures, different customs, different ethnicities, and had several ethnogenesis throughout the world and world history, why is the only thing that matter the continent of Africa? It's not even one place, one nation, one anything. The only thing in the world that matters to you all is the continent of Africa. See, that's the thing that's not making sense. How can you agree that we've already been everywhere and we're distinct people, but yet if we say, well, no, actually we're American. Oh, you sound like you hate Africa. What? That's why I have an issue with that, because you're moving backwards. All right. It's not adding up. Shout out to Sincere. He did a live stream. Him, Nicety Girl, Chase and Haru, they did a really good live stream the other day too, so shout out to them. Y'all got to check that out when you get a chance. Let's continue.
I've always had those who was ashamed of being African, but it isn't just that. A part of it is the reaction between what we call the immigrant ideology versus an indigenous ideology. The Africans who have been in America for the last 500 years feel that the Africans who come to America in the last 5 years do not ally themselves with them, but ally themselves with our enemies. That's what's at the crux of this. Right? It isn't just the denial. And so, and it isn't that the Africans who are arriving lately is allying themselves with our enemies, because they don't perceive, just like...
I want to say, just note that first off, it has not been just 5 years. This issue is not a 5-year-old issue, which is what he's trying to make it seem like, okay? Oh, this is, the ones who've been coming over for the last 5 years. No. Now, we've been talking about it, and we've been expressing our issue and grievance within the last 5 years. First off, a few of us before then. But within the last 5 years, we've really made it be known that we have an issue with it. But this is not no 5-year-old issue, okay? This issue has existed for a very, very long time. And my issue is that Professor Smalls in the previous clip acknowledged this. So he knows this is not a new phenomenon. Now he gets on here with this tether dude, and he's saying that this is some new thing. And when you frame it that way, it makes it seem as if we're overreacting. And we're not. Because this has been an issue.
We don't know our history in America. How do we expect a guy from Kenya or Nigeria to know the African American history? We don't know the history. So our people come, they're trying to ally themselves with the advantage. So if you go into a community to get rich, are you going to ally yourself with the impoverished person in the community or the rich person in the community? And so it's a lack of understanding. It's a lack of interaction that needs.
Okay. Let me clear this up. Let me get this off all the way and clear this up. The whole, we don't know our history. That's interesting, because in the previous clip, you said that we know our history more than they know their history. We know our history more than they know theirs. That's what you said before. Now you're going to get up here and say that we don't know our history. So what is it? I wish y'all would stop doing that. The whole we don't know our history. Actually, we pretty much do. I don't know a single foundational Black American. I really don't know a single one that doesn't know anything at all about Black history, period. I literally, I'm trying to think, I can't think of one, not a single one. Does this mean that every single FBA is a historian or is a scholar? No. No community is everybody a historian or everybody a scholar. But to say that we as a collective don't know our history is false. To be very honest, we're really the most educated and informed about our history collectively than most other ethnicities are about their history. Most other ethnicities know maybe a few major events in their history, in their ethnic group. We know chronological order of pretty much every single major event. And then the small ones that are not taught in a public school. We live in a country that tries to belittle and hide history. And we have to discover history in the country that we live in. And in the country that the history took place in, we have to discover that. And we're still more informed about our history. All right? I'm talking about spanning back centuries. We know what happened during slavery. We know what happened with the Civil War. We know what happened after slavery. We know what happened after that with the Reconstruction. We know what happened with Jim Crow. We know what happened. Pretty much all of us do. Does this mean that every single last one of us is a historian? No. And we probably, the average Black person probably does not know as much about Black history as maybe Professor Small does, but that doesn't mean that we don't know our history. All right? You already conceded to the fact that we know our history. And even if we don't, does that give them a pass? And this is what I don't like when it comes to the Pan-Africanists. That doesn't give them a pass. Oh, well, we don't know our history and they don't know our history, so they just get to do what they want to do. No. Because you wouldn't make that excuse if we went to Africa, if we went to Ghana, like you keep saying that you bring people to Ghana, if we went to the Caribbean. Well, I mean, I'm coming over here and I'm getting in the way. I'm sabotaging CARICOM. I'm sabotaging y'all reparations. I'm calling y'all lazy. I'm saying that y'all have no culture at all. We, as foundational Black Americans, couldn't go anywhere else in the world and do that. And then have somebody defend us by saying, well, I mean, they just don't know their history. Y'all don't know y'all history, and they don't know your history. So you got to give them a pass. We got to give you a pass. We wouldn't get that pass. Even if we didn't know their history, we know how to behave. That's the problem. We're not out here being mad because other people don't know our history. We're out here getting upset because they don't behave right. That's a very big difference. All right? And if they don't know our history, do they know everybody else's history? That's a question. Because the issues that they have with us, I don't see them having with Hispanics. The issues that they have with us, I don't see them having with Asians. The issues that they have with us, they don't have with white people. So is it just our history that they don't know? If you're going to say that the reason for their behavior is because they don't know history, they must know everybody else's history because they don't treat nobody else that way. And if you say that they don't know anybody else's history, but there's a unique disdain and mistreatment for us, then that means it's not stemming from the fact or the lack of knowledge of history. So we got to stop that excuse. We have to. And then you have to ask yourself, how long, honestly, how long are we going to give them the they don't know our history pass? Maybe we could have 30 years ago. 40 years ago, 50 years ago. Now we live in a time where everybody has a smartphone, access to Google, access to YouTube, access to the internet. There's no excuse now. We got kids who have smartphones. There's no excuse now for them not knowing our history now. If they can dance like Michael Jackson's been dead for over a decade now. Okay, well over. Okay. To be honest, closer to 2 decades at this point. If they can dance like Michael Jackson, and Michael Jackson is American, he's a foundational Black American, then they know about America. They know about America because they know about America when Beyonce go over there. They know about America when Kendrick Lamar go over there. They know about America to know Michael Jackson's dances and songs and all of that. So they know our history, and they've been here going back and forth long enough. When I'm just asking, when do we stop giving the they don't know our history pass? Forever? Forever. That they just don't know. I'm gonna let it play because there's some other stuff I want to add to it.
To take place more often so we can understand, yes, even African Americans, we ally ourselves with the white man. So how are we going to get mad at the Nigerian brother allies themselves with the same white man? But that's what's at the crux of it. You understand?
Okay. We ally, and I know I just paused it, but I gotta say that we ally ourselves with the white man. So how are we gonna get mad at them? First off, does 2 wrongs make a right? Professor, does 2 wrongs make a right? And that's my first question. My second answer to that is no, we don't. We don't ally ourselves with the white man. If we allied, I want y'all to listen. Let me zone in. If we did ally ourselves with the white man, they wouldn't even be over here. Okay? Because the white man set up laws that prevented them from actually even stepping foot on this land, on this soil, let alone getting benefits and citizenships and rights and all of this good stuff. All of the stuff that they benefit from and they brag about and they love so much. They wouldn't get none of that stuff if we allied ourselves with the white man. The only reason that they're on this land today is because we have not allied ourselves with the white man. The only reason that they're able to come over here and have any relative success is because we have refused to ally ourselves with the white man. And it's crazy because in the previous video, you've admitted that. We have been the only ethnic group on a consistent basis that has refused to ally ourselves with them, that has refused to concede to them, that has refused to fold, that has refused to surrender, that has refused to submit. The only one. And I stand on that. I'm not talking about a revolution here or there. I'm talking about consistently, to the point where the rest of the diaspora benefits from. Okay? Nobody else has. To the degree where everybody else gets to benefit from their victories. We have so much that everybody else is eating off of our victory. So yeah, we ally ourselves with them. So does that make it right for them? No. It would still make it a problem. And if we said that the people in America, the foundational black Americans who ally themselves with the white man are an issue, why can we not have the same energy and anger towards the tethers who allied themselves with the white man? Why? And first off, it's actually worse when they do it. I'm gonna be honest with you. Sorry about that. It's worse when they do it because even though we do have sellouts and all of that in our lineage, when they do it, when their sellouts are buffer classes. Our sellouts can't be buffer classes. Follow me with this. Because their sellouts will get up there and be all like, hey, my grandfather came over here with $5 and he bought this big house and has a couple businesses. So if my grandfather can come over here not even speaking the language, then what's your excuse? You guys are just lazy. You guys just don't take advantage of what you guys have. You're privileged and you're spoiled and entitled. That's what they say. Okay? They say everything the domestic Sambo says and then some. So it's worse. Truth be told. And it just comes out of off a sense of principle. It's just worse. Because if I went to Ghana and I was shucking and jiving and going along with the oppressive system, I wouldn't be able to make the excuse, you know what, but y'all have native Ghanaians who do the same thing too, so why y'all mad at me? It would just be worse because you as a foreigner are doing that. I mean, we already got domestic issues, but a foreigner doing that? Nah. We not doing that. That's how everybody in the world would treat us if we did the same thing. So yeah, we keeping the same energy.
So the perception that, oh, we fought for these advantages, but you come to America and you're allowed to have this advantage that we fought for because they are scared of us and they're not afraid of you. Because they can take advantage of you because you need a green card so you can't fight back. But they can't take advantage of me because I can fight back. These are all of the little nuances, right? But none of them understand it enough to explain it like you and I are now doing. And so that's why we have to tell our side of the story. We have to say, we see what's going on, but you don't hate your brother because he's lost his sight. You grab his hand and give him guidance. Where have the African American opened up a refugee center for our brothers and sisters coming from home and need help and assistance? So how are we going to complain if they go to the Indian or the Chinese or the white man for aid when we have not set up any place to aid him?
No. First off, you just contradicted yourself in the same statement. And I know I'm pausing it a lot, but he says a lot. He just contradicted himself. I'm going to be quick with this one. You just said that they refused to fight back, not out of a lack of knowledge. Now, his opening setup, follow this, right? Follow me. He opened up by saying they don't know and made this whole argument about how we don't know our history, they don't know our history, so they just don't know what they're doing. Then he says, well, they can't fight back because they need a green card. Okay. And then you say, which contradicts your first argument, your opening argument, okay. Then you say, where have we, now the responsibility is on us, where have we set up a community center to grab their hand and to help educate them and teach them out of their way? What? Okay. We can't help teach them out of their way because you already said that they're not going to fight back because they don't want to risk being deported. You already said that they're going to go along to get along so they can get a green card, so they can stay in the country. So all of this, well, they're doing it because they don't know. Well, they're doing it because we have not done our job in helping them. They're doing it and it's out of our fault. Now we're responsible for their tethering. But you already admitted, whether they know or don't know, they're not going to buck the system because they don't want to be deported. So which one is it? Which one is it? Like, he's going all around to sit up here and defend them like a defense attorney, to dodge accountability. They're not accountable for anything. If they do wrong, well, yeah, they do wrong, but you do wrong too. If they do wrong, well, I mean, they don't know our history, but you don't know our history. If they do wrong, well, they don't want to be deported. If they do wrong, well, it's your fault for not teaching them. Well, damn, everything is our fault. And see, this is the issue with Pan-Africanism. This is why people are so fed up and so frustrated. Because we cannot get to anybody else's behavior, anybody else's actions. Actions, mind you, that they wouldn't do if they were in another country. Keep that in mind, because the natives wouldn't tolerate that. Okay, we've been incredibly patient, way too patient with them for generations now. And every single time we say, hey, man, y'all tripping, man. Y'all need to stop. Y'all need to stop. It's all, well, it's your fault. It's your fault. It's your fault. They don't know. They don't know. You can't blame them. They can't be blamed for anything they do. Nothing they do, they can't be blamed for. Now, we have to bear the responsibility and the blame for their actions, is what he's saying, is what they're saying. And this is why people have fallen off of that. And because y'all Pan-Africanists coddle them like babies. And Africa is a big baby to you guys that needs protection and coddling and pedestalizing. And because you guys have done that, you guys have created a spoiled, terroristic brat that we now have to deal with. Because you guys don't tell them ever when they're wrong. You don't ever give them correction. And if you do, we gotta get corrected too. If they get a little bit of punishment, we got to make sure we give them punishment. Okay? And you guys have enabled this. Now we have the modern day Africans like Myron Gaines coming over here calling us monkeys. And I'm not saying that there were none who were doing that before, but we got multiple of them all over TikTok, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, because of the enabling and the pedestalizing from Pan-Africanists. This is why the movement has not succeeded. This is why the movement has failed. The Pan-African movement has failed. This is why people have washed their hands with that and have left that and have moved on to something smarter, moved on to something better. Do you understand that? Let's continue. Actually, let me get to the super chats real quick, okay? Shout out to Gigi. I appreciate that. Thank you very much, Gigi Blatt. Appreciate the super chat. And then my brother Brucey says, facts, AE. Captives of their own cowardice. Captives of their own cowardice. That's true. Be one, be well, and stay safe, bro. I appreciate you. Thank you very much for that. That's correct. Very correct. Thank you for that. All right. Let's continue. Let's continue. Because I'm telling you, we get worse than this.
When they come. And they have no place to stay, and they're looking for a job. You understand? So if the whites give them that support, then naturally they're going to advise themselves with the whites. And then the African Americans saying, oh, you ally yourself with my racist enemy, and you're against me. That's a big part of what's going on. That's not true across the board, because many of the brothers and sisters who are Muslim have been able to blend very well with the African Americans who are Muslims. But the African Americans and many of the brothers and sisters on the continent who's from the Christian community have not been able to blend very well, and that's the majority community. And so this fight between the whites and us, our people are caught in the middle of that fight. You understand? And we're saying our people are siding with our enemy. They're not siding with the enemy. They don't even know what the hell's going on. They don't even know we got to fight. And so it's our job to tell the history, tell the story, have the political discussions on forums like this so people get a better understanding of what the conflict is. So you got people who thinking, the ones in America thinking, our brothers from home don't want us, they hate us, they betrayed us, because look, they only go with the white people, they don't come with us. And then the one from the continent says, oh, our brothers in America, they treat us terribly, they don't offer us a hospitality hand to come, and help when we're in crisis, but the whites and the white organization do. And so that's where you see this thing coming.
Okay, first off, no. Absolutely not. We have been the only people that has helped them. We have. We've been the people who really ended apartheid in South Africa and fought for their rights here and over there and ended global conflict. And we have been their vanguard because in America, they understand and they recognize and know that if something happened to them, that we would stand up for them in the States. So we've been protecting them just off rip, all right? And another thing, most importantly, right? This is not just, well, they don't know we have a fight and they're standing back and they're being spectators to a greater issue. It would be one thing if they were just out of the way. If we didn't see them, we didn't hear them. We're not complaining because we need their support, because we don't. Truth be told, okay? We've always gotten things done by ourselves, and that's just how it is. And we've accepted that. We're not tripping on that. It's not that, oh man, we really need you guys to come and help us. We really need you guys. No, it's never been that. The problem that we're having is not that you guys are not coming over here and helping, which you guys should. That was the whole game plan in the first place. The problem is that you guys are coming over here and you're getting in the way. That's the problem. The problem is that you guys are coming over here and you're undermining us. The problem is that you're coming over here and you're being used as a mascot, okay? As a foot soldier for white supremacy. You're blocking progress. That's the problem. The problem is not the fact that we need you guys to support. We need you guys to march with us. We need you guys to rally with us. Oh no, we got that. We good. We got that. The problem is that when we sit up there and say reparations, y'all will sit up there and say we don't deserve reparations. This is the problem. This is the problem right here.
My ancestors come from the Caribbean.
Hold on. And shout out to Sincere again, because he put this collage up.
My ancestors come from the Caribbean, and there were slaves in the
so
Caribbean, and we
didn't qualify for the American reparations.
Well, here's the challenge. There are so many difficulties with trying to enact reparations, in part because the question is who gets them. Potentially, I could fall into that category. I honestly have called a pipe dream in the past, and I think that's what it is.
Well, it would be nice if there was an elegant, simple solution to all sorts of complicated problems. You're not actually talking about how to fix those problems if you're only talking about reparations. If we're only debating how we're going to parcel out responsibility for something that happened more than a century ago. And we're probably never going to do this. It's not clear to me why we're pursuing this thing.
Is it fair that there's no reparations, no restitution, nothing?
Should the Irish get reparations, by the way? Irish need not apply signs when they came here during the Progressive era. Sure. I mean, how far do we want to take this down? Are we acknowledging that there are ugly spots in history? Because 60% of the world would be entitled to slave reparations if you wanted to play that game.
Well, here's a fact. Slavery ended 154 years ago. It's been a long, long time since we had slavery in this country. And you have people like my family. I'm black, but my family came to the United States in 1962. My parents are from Costa Rica. Do I get a check?
I did a couple of essay contests that I actually won. And I won like NAACP AXO award for this essay and something else. I can't remember another, like I ended up winning money. And the essay was, do you think black people should get reparations? And I was like, no, you didn't work for it.
Why are you so against reparations?
Valerie, it's a matter of a waste of time. We've got so much to do. And yet you have people who invest so much energy and attention on what I consider to be a dead-end idea, a dead-end movement.
If we were to pay reparations today, we would only divide the country further. We would insult many black Americans by putting a price on the suffering of their...
A couple things is, all right, how many people in the United States today are actually descendants of slave owners? Forget descendants of slaves. Let's hold that to the side. Descendants of slave owners. You've had massive immigration into the United States over the last 150 years. So now you're going to say that people who immigrated to the United States who are not descendants of slave owners, were not descendants of that trade, now they're going to be responsible for paying that out going forward. My mother's Jamaican. My father's Panamanian. You have a lot of black people in this country who are not descendants of the American slave trade. So I already know off top, there's a lot of black people in America who aren't going to be able to get that kind of benefit or get reparations.
Well, most people who are for reparations, they feel like it should go to what they call foundational black Americans anyway.
And I agree with that point. But I'm just saying, I'm just laying out, these are the reasons for why I'm no.
Do you see that? Do you see that? And there's so many more clips. I mean, we would be here literally for hours just talking about all of the tethers who will get up there. And I want you to keep in mind the importance of all of the clips we played. We've played clips of people in dominant society asking them about reparations. They're not just giving their opinion. Okay, this is the method that the white supremacists have been using to kick the reparations movement down the road and to stall. They'll be all like, okay, well, it seems as if there's a movement for reparations, so we're gonna ask this black person, the black person over here, Candace Owens, we're gonna ask this black person, and they'll do that, and they'll ask a tether, knowing that the tether, like Professor Small says, is working and is in compliance with whatever the dominant society wants them to say. So they'll come up there and be all like, hey, as a black person, do you think that the Negroes deserve reparations for slavery? Do you think that? I want to know what you think as a fellow black. Let me know. And they'll be all like, reparations for what? No, reparations for nothing. They do not deserve we do not deserve reparations for anything. Slavery happened years and years and years ago. And it's been a long time, and it's time for us to move on. Beyond that, it's time for us to work hard. I came over here and I have only $5. And I have a house and a business and all of these things. And they are sitting up there complaining about reparations for things that they have not lived. Okay? I can say my skin is black like their skin is black, but I work hard. I get up every day. And I go to work for the white man, and I love it so much. And they have not done anything wrong to me. They treat me so nice. They treat me nicer than them. I do not deserve reparations. I do not want no reparations. I want to work hard for you. I want to work hard for you. Okay? And they sit out there and they complain about the reparations and make me mad. It make me so mad when they complain about reparations. I do not want it. I do not think that black people should get reparations. No, I do not. Well, okay, Mbaku said that the Negroes don't deserve reparations, so I guess there it is. I mean, we have this task force right here, and he is a black, like you guys are black, so he does speak for the entire black community. Yes, he does. So he said that no reparations, and I guess, I mean, unless all people are melanated, I guess if they don't all agree, then we can't give it to you. So, I mean, case closed. He said no to reparations. Okay. Now step into the back and I'll give you that green card you've been asking for. You've been a good boy. That's what they've been doing. Do you understand that? That's what they've been doing. So now it's at this point where it's all like, you know what? Now the conversation of reparations is completely restricted from this point forward indefinitely to foundational black Americans. And anybody who is not a foundational black American does not need to be having this conversation point blank period at all. Okay, anybody who is not qualified for reparations has been disqualified automatically from the conversation of reparations. Even if you support reparations, you need to support it from the back. That's how serious it is at this point. Because there's some non-FBAs who support reparations, and even if that's the case, y'all need to stay in the background, okay? Y'all need to be in the background helping out, doing that. We don't need you up in the front, okay? We need you to address y'all community, okay? But as far as representatives, okay, for reparations, we got to do this the right way, which is why when we had the rally for reparations, we made sure that everybody was a full FBA up there, okay? The other year, last year. Stomping on that fact. Making sure that we represented. First off, shout out to I remember that day. Shout out to every single last one of y'all for being there. Okay? And that was our second one. That was a glorious day. And this is what FBA excellence is about. And this is why we're moving the needle. Pan-African is, I don't remember the last Pan-African movement that we've had. And this is the problem. They come here and they get in the way. Now, Professor Small, what are you going to say about that? Because they're not saying that none of the people that I've played, whether that's Candace Owens, Brian Donalds, whatever other tether that I've played thus far, they're not doing this out of quote unquote ignorance. I want to go back to one clip because I think that this part was very important. Where is that? Hold on. Where's it was one clip.
Do you think black people should have money? And the essay, this essay, and something else, I can't remember another, like I ended up winning money. And the essay was, do you think black people should have should get reparations? And I was like, no, you didn't work for it. A couple of essay contests that I actually won. And I won like NAACP AXO award for this essay.
She won, and think about this. Think about this. She won an NAACP award as a Nigerian tether for saying no to reparations. And we're still sitting up here acting like the NAACP is supporting reparations and the NAACP supports Foundation of Black Americans. Are we still going to pretend that? Are we still going to go on with that lie? Because the NAACP ain't giving out no awards if you say immigrants who come to America illegally should be supported. I just want you to understand that. Look at the incentive that they have. She said, I get money. They got money from organizations that are supposed to be helping us, supposed to be about us. They're getting money to sit up here and say no to reparations. So no, this is not a lack of knowledge, lack of history. This isn't, well, I gotta do it because I don't want to be deported now. I gotta keep my green card. I can't really buck the system like that. All of your excuses go out the window. Let me tell you something else. Let me tell you something else. All of the people I play, look at her. She's not that old. Not an old lady. Okay?
Clear to me
look at
why
her.
We're
look at all of these
Is
people.
It fair
look at Candace.
There's no
in America.
Look at Brian.
Going to.
Why am I asking you guys to look at them? I'm asking you all to look at them because they were all born here. Even if their family was not. They were born here, or at the very least, some of them, I don't know who all of them were, they grew up here. So it's not as if they were adults who just lacked history and then they came to America with this lack of knowledge. These are people who were born and raised. We're talking about first and in some cases, second generation immigrants. You can't make the excuse that they lack history, they lack knowledge, they don't know. You can't make that excuse for first and second generation immigrants because they grew up with the same school system, the same access to resources, the same access to history that we do. So that means it's not a lack of history, it's a cultural character flaw in them. It's a behavior, it's tetherism that is passed down. From their lineage, from their ethnic group, it's passed down to them. If they grew up in the same country with the same schooling, the same access to knowledge, the same access to history and education that we did, you would think that they should be thinking like us, but they're not. So it's not the lack of history, and we need to stop making that excuse that it is. Because you're coddling them, which enables them to continue the behavior that is blocking our progress. And I can't allow it. I can't allow it. I'm not going to allow it. I'm not. Let me get to the super chats before we continue. All right. Boy, let me get to, hold on. Shout out to Sincere. Sincere is in here. He says, keep cooking. We're having the professor on the Godcast to follow up with our discussion. Okay. All right. Well, I'll be looking forward to that. Let me know when you're going to be having that. I'll be looking forward to hearing what he has to say. All right. Okay. Let me see. I would say the Jughead says, greetings, Afro Elite. I am a Pan-Africanist Nigerian brother living over here in the demonic UK. Okay. Well, that's interesting. I agree with you 100%. Africa does not need coddling. Well, thank you very much for that. Thank you very much for that, and thank you very much for your support. See, what I'm saying is not outrageous. What I'm saying is not xenophobic, and I appreciate that. All right, we got riders who agree, because what we're speaking is the truth. It's uncomfortable for some people, but it's the truth. And people, if they're good people, they will recognize that as the truth, and I appreciate that. All right. Let's get to some more. Blacklight Drew, he says Professor Smalls needs a paperwork check. We're going to get to that, but that is true. Okay. Descendant of Greatness, your impressions of them tethers were so accurate. It triggered me. I want all of them deported now. I can do a tether impression. I can do that, and I appreciate that. I can do that. All right. I want to get back to the clip real quick because there's another thing I want to get to, and then I want to have enough time to open up the phone line. So let me get back to that. I'll get to your super chats a little bit later, but I appreciate you all very much.
But nobody will really say that because they don't know how to articulate what neither side is seeing. You understand? And so we have a situation where we have more brothers and sisters who are immigrants from Africa who's being deported, and we don't even know they're being deported. They're being arrested. We don't even know they're being arrested. You understand? So for those of us who even want to help them, we can help them because we don't know how to find them. Until the other day, downtown Manhattan, they raided down on the east side, where a lot of our people from the continent vend. And that's when it blew open, and we go like, now they're attacking Africans. Before they were just attacking the Spanish speaking from South America. But at the same time, they were attacking us, but they were keeping it very quiet. But that day, the ICE people came in the open and just beat up on our people and took their products and ran them away, so that the next day, a street that was always full of West Africans, there was nobody on the streets. And that's the first time our people realized there's something wrong. You understand? And so there's a tape that I made years ago where you see me chastising some Africans on the street and saying, you don't own your own cloth or something. It was only a 3-minute thing, but it's an hour-and-a-half tape. But somebody wanted to attack me and said I was anti-African, so they cut out the 3 minutes and sent it all around the world. But what was happening on that street that day, that's 125th Street, the vendors were on the street, but the police would only arrest the African-American vendors. So I was just walking by, coming from the shooting of the young man Brown out in St. Louis, and I'm walking to get to the train station to get home. And they're out there, and they called me, and they asked me, tell me what's going on. And the brothers from the continent were afraid to get involved politically. They wanted everybody to come to a meeting at the National Bank Theater, all of the vendors, and said we will work together. That if they come to take these young men's socks and the T-shirts they're selling, all the vendors would stand up against them. And we want you to sit there and let them take the African-American young men products and arrest them if they fight back. And so the brothers from the continent, 90% of them wouldn't do it. So I was there chastising them, and everybody agreed. And so they started the meetings. And it lasted for a good while, almost a year. And the leader, Jack, his mom had a heart attack, and he had to move to Georgia. And he was the glue.
Oh, so they wouldn't help. That's funny. Because that sounds like what we've been saying. That sounds like exactly what we've been saying. That they're not helping. So what was that before when you were making the argument that they just didn't know? That it's our fault for not opening the door wider for them and not giving them more opportunities. Not giving, because you said it was our fault for not teaching them the history and not informing them. Now you're saying when they are informed, they still don't help. So what was the argument you made before? You just contradicted your own argument. Did you guys hear that? If you let them talk, they'll contradict their own argument. Because now he's saying that there was a situation where they knew and they decided not to help. So now, so now what's up? Now what? So they chose not to help, which is what we've been saying. Is not out of no lack of knowledge. Is they choose not to help when they could. Let me fast forward a little bit, just tad bit. Okay, past this example.
Yes, I've looked very heavily at Gambia, but Ghana has been the big recipient of this kind of move. And I'm talking thousands of people. I was in Ghana and part of the leadership that founded Panifest back in the day. I'm part of the leadership that founded Emancipation Day in Ghana under President Rollins. President Rollins and I were very good friends. I love that brother. God bless his soul. I so wish he was still here with us today. And he just lost his queen, Nana Kennedy Wasserman, whose funeral I learned is at the end of the month. I'm going to miss the funeral, but when I get to Ghana in December, I will go with my group and pay my respects to the family. But we just need to do more things together. We need to learn more about one another's history, because you can't fight a Tariq Nasheed unless you know history. Now, he's not a good historian, but he got enough facts because he's a good researcher that he can put you back, even when his facts is wrong. So you don't have to have the right facts. You have to have the right methodology to win a debate. But if you
Y'all hear that? I mean, the way he's speaking about Tariq, he's speaking about Tariq like Tariq is an op. That you can't beat Tariq. Why would you, as somebody who knows Tariq personally and has worked with Tariq so closely, why would you even frame it that way? And this is the same issue I had before years ago. Like I said earlier, I don't know how long you guys have been subscribed. Shout out to the new subscribers, but we've had some people who've been here before. Like I'm saying, we've been in this exact situation before with another tether using Professor Small to get at Tariq in the movement. We've already been here. I'm going to give you guys a reminder. You can't beat Tariq. Okay. That's an interesting way of wording that. And then watch how he follows up.
get the right facts, his methodology doesn't matter. You know, I can beat him down, but that'll just be another two black people fighting on the internet, and I refuse to do that. I've talked to him privately. I don't feel he has shown the respect he should have, given the conversations we've had about this issue. And I will find a way to even come out more publicly again. I've come out about it publicly many times, but it's a little thing.
Okay, you don't feel Tariq has shown the respect that he should have. I have not heard Tariq say anything negative about you ever. I have never heard him say the way you beat Professor Small. I've never heard Tariq say anything like that. I remember the first time when you was kind of saying something about him and you was kind of like woofing about him or whatever, and he came out and defended you and then brought you on his platform and y'all had a conversation live publicly. That's the only time I remember him saying anything. I don't remember him, especially being on somebody else's platform disparaging. I don't remember that at all. And you're talking about the lack of respect. I don't think Tariq should have shown the respect. I don't know what conversation y'all had on the phone. And maybe Tariq was incredibly disrespectful on the phone, maybe, but he never showed that publicly. And you're saying, yeah, I'm going to find more ways to come out publicly. You're going to find more ways to come out publicly. You've come out publicly on multiple occasions, not just dissing Tariq, but the whole movement. On multiple occasions. And people have given you a lot of grace. All right? We've been here before. I'm going to show y'all the clip in just a minute.
In one way, but this internet makes it a big thing. But you got to remember, the masses of our people ain't paying no kind of attention to Tariq. The people who go with me on the trip to Africa, the working class people, the middle class people, the retired people, they don't give a shit about that. And even the young people who go to Africa, they're already Pan-Africanists. They ain't even thinking about him. They're angry with him. And I tell them, don't be angry. Find out what is stimulating that. Because if you don't find the causation, you're not going to solve that problem. And the cause is we need to do more together. The immigrant Africans come to America, and the African Americans who've been there for the last 500 or so years have to find ways to do more together. And it isn't just on the new arriving Africa. It's actually more on us. We have no place where we say, here's your reception place. What do you need to get on your feet?
No, man, damn. It's more on us. Everything is not on us. And this is why people have left that. The whole Pan-African movement is gone. Okay, we first off need to do more together. No, that's the argument that people make. Well, you know what? In order to end police brutality, what needs to happen is we all need to come together and we all need to go to Dunkin' Donuts and have a couple of donuts and a couple of cups of coffee, and we all need to go play basketball. And that's how we end police brutality. No, all this bonding is not the problem. They've been here for generations. They've been around us long enough. So if it's still an issue now, it's not because they have not been close enough to us. And then notice, he puts the onus on their bad behavior on us. We have not provided enough resources. We have not subsidized them enough. We have not given them enough opportunities that we don't have in the diaspora. We don't have the opportunities that we provide for them here in the diaspora or the Caribbean, for that matter. We go over there for a vacation and a trip and all of that. We don't do that to them. Okay? Talk about we need to do more for them. No. We have businesses. Hold on. Boy, we got businesses and we got braiders sitting up there attacking other foundational Black American women. We got that going on. Let me see let me see. Hold on. Let me see if I have that clip pulled up. Let me see. Oh, look. Look at this. Look at this clip. Hold on. Let me find this clip. When we go to their supplies, when we go to their shops, you talking about we not doing enough to help them. And there's been a sister who went over to an African braiding shop. A foundational Black American sister goes to an African braiding shop. They try to upcharge her. And then next thing you know, they grabbing her hair and telling her she can't leave and doing all of this and all of that. That's what they doing. So all of this here, we just got to do more to help them out. We just got no. Oh, no. We not no. Let me show y'all that clip. Hold on. Let me pull this up real fast. I thought I had the clip already pulled up. Hold on.
And so mama gifted him.
Okay, hold on. Cause this is one clip, but the clip got a stitch to it. I don't want the one. I want the original one. Okay, look at this. Here it is. This is a foundational Black American woman. She just did her braids and she tried to charge her more. And then next thing you know, she's like, I don't want to pay more. And she's grabbing her hair and all of this stuff. And we see stuff like this. Share this. Hold on. Right here. Where is it? There it is. There it is. Look at this. While it's our fault that Pan-Africanism isn't working out because we have to do more for them. Yes, sorry for the wait, y'all. I appreciate your patience.
Let my hair go.
I'm not leaving.
Let it go.
I'm not leaving. You gotta pay for it.
I got the message. I done paid you exactly what you asked for. Let my hair go.
I don't care.
Let my hair go.
I don't care. Give me my phone. I'm gonna do a live. Go ahead.
Let my hair go.
I'll do the same to you.
She's
I'm not leaving.
She don't want it to.
She don't want to pay.
She don't want it to pay, sir. Man, show the money. Show what I paid.
You paid, but we're gonna fix it. You not leaving.
Show what I paid.
I'm not showing nothing. You didn't pay enough. This is the money, but you're not leaving.
Hello? Man, you sound crazy. Yeah, come in. Bro, let my hair go.
We cannot leave you because
now I'm just pause it. Now you say we don't provide them opportunities. No other person is going into their braiding shops. Their braiding shops are entirely supported by Black women. Asian women ain't going there. Hispanic women ain't going there. White women ain't going there. A lot of their businesses would not be thriving at all, would not stand a couple years whatsoever if it wasn't for us supporting that. Braiding shops, restaurants, all of that stuff that they do. And they rely on us to support their businesses. So we do provide opportunities for them. They wouldn't even be here if we didn't provide opportunities. And then when they get here, we provide opportunities. And then this is what happens. And you don't see Professor saying anything about this. I guess this right here, her grabbing this woman's braids, essentially kidnapping her, saying that she is not allowing her to leave, is because of a lack of education. Let him tell it. Let him tell it. She's doing this because she just doesn't know our history. Okay? I want you to understand. All of this is because this woman is just ill-informed about our history. That's it. It's just a lack of education.
I sue you, bro. I'm finna sue you.
Okay, I'm gonna shoot you too.
I said sue.
Okay.
Now let me go.
We're gonna sue you too.
Now you wanna threaten me?
Yeah, because you hit me first.
Man, let me go. No, I did, bro. Let me go.
You're not living. We're gonna fix it.
Nah, you ain't doing nothing. Let me go.
No, you're not living. We're gonna fix this.
Bro, let me go.
You're not living. Ferme la porte. La porte est fermée.
Mm.
Look at this. She paid $250. You can pay $250 for
You
the
didn't say 250.
Okay, I told you just pay for the hair and leave.
All right. So I just got a question as far as what more we have to do for them. It's our fault. It's our fault. Okay. Now going back to the thing with Professor Small, I'm not feeling that. I'm not feeling the way he went about that. I'm not feeling that. Okay. Let me show you what I said before. This was years ago before. Okay. This was all the way back in 2023. How long have you guys been subscribed? Have y'all been subscribed since 2023? If you guys have been subscribed, I know we got a lot of new people in here, and I love and appreciate you all so much. But if you guys have been subscribed since 2023, put the 100% emoji in the chat room. I just want to know how long you guys have been subscribed. And if you guys remember this clip, okay? This is all the way back a few years ago when he first pulled this up. All right? This is what I had to say about it. Let me make sure I kind of fast forward a little bit so we can get back to it.
Gay people, I think they're crazy, okay? And I think they're dangerous.
Come on now.
The conscious community. Everybody's conscious to some degree or not. There's no such thing as a conscious community. But we get caught up in these little label bags, and then we can't get ourselves out of it.
So the top earners in this country are no longer doctors, lawyers, or bankers. They're people who are quietly making 10 to 25.
I muted myself. Sorry about that. All right.
I was having technical difficulties. Damn,
now,
boy, was.
I'm going to play it back. I'm going to play that back, and then I'm going to kind of break it down.
Oh boy.
Right.
Those were the days, weren't they? I had ads playing in the YouTube thing. Boy, shout out to YouTube Premium, I guess. Hold on. Here we go.
Gay people, I think they're crazy, okay? And I think they're dangerous in the way they approach it. This is the lady and the lawyer. And I reached out to them years ago when I first heard about them. I reached out to them, I emailed. No one ever touched bases or tried to get back to me. And I wasn't being that critical. I was like, let's talk.
Yeah.
Now, when I heard the young people talking through my young brother Chase about
shout out to our brother Chase. You know, much respect to our brother Chase. Let me see. Is there an echo? Hold on. I don't want that. Hold on. Let me see. Give me one.
Boy.
Shout out to our brother Chase. No, there's no echo. I just I thought there was an echo. I thought somebody said. All right, but let's continue.
Foundation of Black America. I reached out to them. They came to talk. I want to know what is the issue. Now I don't agree, and I'll call names. I don't agree with Tariq's rhetoric. Okay, he's done some very good things, but words have meaning and words have power, and you can use it once you've got a technology like we have today. One word can be so destructive you couldn't imagine it.
Yeah.
When you are constant in using the N word, and you're constant in condemning an African simply because they're an immigrant, and you're constant, then there's something wrong with your knowledge base, not just your analysis. You have to have a decent knowledge foundation to even make an analysis.
Okay. The thing with that statement is, we as FBA, now Tariq is not the leader of FBA. He's not the president. He doesn't control FBA. He's the FBA, and every time anybody is asked, and he's been asked multiple times, I can't even count how many times throughout the years he's been asked, what is FBA? FBA is a name for the lineage of people who are descendant of American chattel slavery. That is it. That is all. Based off of that definition, Tariq is not the leader. He can't be the leader. Nobody can be the leader. I can't be the leader of a lineage. This is just a name for the lineage. Now, of course, in the lineage, you're going to have some crazy folks. You're going to have some smart folks. Now, the people who are aware of the lineage, and a new term of the lineage, they tend to follow certain people. So a lot of the people who use FDA, they're very well read. They're very empowered, and they're very about like what you would say pro-black. But the thing is that whether to be honest, just because somebody's off code, they still FBA. You know what I'm saying? You got Jim Clyburn. Jim Clyburn is just as FBA as I am. I'm not the leader. He's not the leader. We're not. It's the lineage. That's all that it is. Okay. So when you say, "Oh, you're condemning somebody just for being a African," that's not what Tariq does. Now, can Tariq speak for every single person? No, Tariq can't speak for everybody who is FBA. I mean, even if he said, "Oh, I'm done with the term FBA," he still can't speak for everybody who's a part of his lineage, and that's unfair of a burden to put on somebody to say now they have to represent the whole lineage, and people act like Tariq is supposed to represent the whole lineage. That's not fair for him, and that's just not accurate. There's no leader of Haiti. Even I'm not talking about the president of the country. I'm talking about the president, the leader of the whole lineage. There's no lineage leader of anybody. So Tariq is not the lineage leader of anybody. Okay, so if somebody does say something that's crazy and they might be FBA, hey, okay. Tariq just came up with the term. That ain't got nothing to do with him. To be honest, it really don't. He don't got to be out there trying to control everybody who uses the term because he's not the leader of it. If he was, then yeah, he should. And if he actually did go out there to try to control everybody who uses the term for the lineage, that would make him, or that would make it look like he is the leader. You know what I'm saying? Tariq himself has not, and I'm going to remove this actually for a second because I want to show you guys another clip, then we'll get back to the YouTube. Tariq himself has not condemned everybody just because they're an immigrant. Okay, and we got to stop with that talking point. Let me show you guys this real quick.
Now, let me go back to the clip.
Roland Martin a tether. When you call Candace Owens a tether, Obama a tether, what's her name? Kamala Harris. When you call them tethers, that's fine because they fit that category. You know what I'm saying? We're not saying that in a derogatory way. We're saying that in a way because that's how you act. You're acting like a tether, so you fall in the category of a tether. All right, now let's continue the video.
Tariq has pulled together a lot of fantastic scholars. Now, how much of that scholarship he has absorbed becomes another question. He's my friend and my brother, but I don't speak behind people's back. I do it straight up front. Tariq knows me. I love him like I love you. But his behavior, if I'm going to go forward, has to change, has to be altered. And I'll have that private conversation with him because that's what brothers do. And I've talked to some others and told them I'm going to have that conversation and suggest that they do the same thing. When we did the rally in D.C.
Now, here's one thing that I am going to say that I felt trying to find the right way to say this. One thing that separates this movement, this generation, this era from the previous eras is we do not have a religious sense of how we treat Black empowerment. We don't treat Black empowerment like a religion. We treat it like a movement that evolves and that grows. So that means that there's people that we listen to and we get knowledge from them. We get inspiration from them. Okay. We get guidance from them. We don't idolize them. We don't worship them. There are things that people say that we have so much respect for, but we just might disagree. We might say, hey, I respect you dearly. You know what I'm saying? You my brother, you my sister. I would die for you, but I don't agree with every single thing that you say. And that's one thing Pan-Africanists act like. They act like everything that an elder says is gospel truth. We don't act like that. That's just not true. For instance, you guys know for a fact, that I have so much love and respect for our brother Fred Hampton. Only 21 years old when he was murdered by the CPD, right? But honestly, there's things that Fred Hampton has said that I disagree with, and that's okay. I'm just being honest. There's things that he said I disagree with. That's okay. That's not a diss. That's not disrespectful. I'm sure that there's people who are watching me right now, and there's things that I've said that you guys disagree with, and that's fine. We don't have to agree with something. You can still have a lot of respect for somebody, but there are things that you say that you disagree with, or actions that they did that you can say, you know what, brother, much respect, much love. I just don't think that you should have handled it that way. That's fine. Now, I'm saying this to say, I have a lot of respect for our brother James Small, and I don't want anybody leaving here to feel like that I don't, or I want to sow seeds of dissent that you guys shouldn't. Okay, you guys should. If you guys don't know him, you guys should look up his work, look up some of the things that he teaches. Very intelligent brother. I don't think that he should have said that on this platform. Okay, not just because of the respect for Tariq, but yeah, because of the respect for Tariq. You shouldn't say, I don't say things behind people's back, and I'll have this private conversation with him later. If you disagreed with the way Tariq moved, and if you disagreed with his quote unquote rhetoric, you could have easily personally announced that to Tariq. You could have, I'm sure they have each other's numbers or some way to get in contact with each other. He should have told Tariq that before going on a stage, going on a platform of someone who does not like Tariq, going on a platform of someone who is going to use this to sow seeds of confusion and chaos, going on that platform and saying, I don't like this. You know what I'm saying? That's really not the way that's not how he should have moved. And this, no disrespect, but we're going to have to be honest, okay? Because we can't keep moving in the hold on. We can't keep moving in the community with and act as if our master teachers, much respect to them, can't be wrong. They're human beings. They can mess up. They can be wrong. In this specific instance, I feel like if you're gonna say, I don't talk about your back behind your back, but I respect you and I'm gonna talk to you about that privately. And Tariq is probably gonna hear about this after the video's already been recorded. So the video's already circling around the internet of you saying you don't appreciate his rhetoric, and then you're gonna hit him up on the phone like, hey Tariq, I want to talk to you about something. After the video's already gone viral, that's not the way to do that. Personally, I feel like that it could have been handled better, you know. And I know for a fact that he said that he hasn't talked to Tariq about that, because he said, yeah, I'm going to talk to him about it later. If you were going to talk to him about it later, then you should have refrained from saying anything on that platform, or at least worded yourself a little bit more carefully on that platform. You know, we got a lot of people in here. Please, I want everybody to be in here. Make sure you guys are.
Man, okay. Did it the whole way, boy. That takes me back, don't it? Oh my God, that takes me back. Somebody said, Afro, you was really light skinned. I used to be. Now I'm not. I'm just but yeah, that's what I was saying. And I still stand on that. And I got a lot of flack for that. A lot of tethers was all like, who are you? Who are you? How dare you say anything about Professor Small? How dare you tell him what to do? He can move however he want to move. It was a whole lot of tethers who was mad. And I said it then. And I was trying to be so respectful, because I felt like Tariq was going to address it, and I didn't want to like sow seeds and create more chaos, because the tethers, I'm talking about, it was so much on Twitter and on YouTube. They was like, oh, Professor Small, he dissed Tariq, he just dissed Tariq, he dissed you FBA niggas, he dissed you FBA niggas. And I was like, hey, respectfully, he's very intelligent and much respect to him, but that's not how you move. And I was really trying to think of a way to say it without like dissing him, but I'm all like, okay, now in 2025, we're at the end of 2025. That was at 2023. That was during Black History Month in 2023. Now we're in a couple years later doing the same thing. So now this is not no one-off, okay? And it's not about you even not liking the way the movement has gone or is going, because you can preach something else. Nobody is getting on you and harassing you about what you're doing in Pan-Africanism and all this and all that. But now you're getting on a platform, and what you're saying, what you're about to hear him say now is about Tariq is a lot worse. So now it's all like, okay, so what was that really about? All of this, I love Tariq like a son, but you kind of sneak dissing him. That's how we act as men. And I said that back then. I'm all like, that's not cool. Because you could have called him and you admit that you didn't. But you're going to say something on the platform and then be all like, yeah, when this goes viral, I'm going to call him about it later. Why? Why would you do that? Now you're saying the same thing about it now. Yeah, in order to beat Tariq, you just got to know history. He's not a good scholar. He's a good debater. This is something, you don't even know this dude that you're doing an interview with from a can of paint. And this shows that you've already been feeling some type of way. I'm not even trying to show seeds of confusion. I'm just trying to say, as a man, how I would feel if this was me, if I was in this situation. If this was me. I'm going to give you an example. I'm not even going to say any names. Some of you may know, some of you might not know. There was years ago, Twitter space. I was on Twitter spaces a lot more than I am now. There was a Twitter space where I had got into it with somebody, and somebody's name had came up, and I had mentioned their name, okay, because they were moving in a way that I thought was a little bit reckless, and I had mentioned their name and said, not disrespectfully, but I mentioned it. They heard it, and then instead of calling me, which they had my number, they made a tweet and they dissed me. They tagged me and everything. They are like, Afro Elite, you this and you that, and I can't believe you would say that. Don't ever speak on my name again. They made a whole tweet about it. I didn't even hear it. I got a call from somebody, and they was all like, hey, do you know that such and such, he made a tweet about you, and he's dissing you. Not only one tweet, he made multiple tweets, and he's dissing you. I said, hold on, let me call him. I didn't even address it online. I said, let me pick up the phone and call the person who did it. And I called, and this person yelling and yelling and yelling, snapping on the phone, snapping and snapping and snapping. I'm all like, okay. Because if you had an issue with something I said, I didn't even mean to, if you felt it was disrespectful or whatever, I didn't even mean to do that. But how are you going to go to Twitter about it before you call me? If you have my number, why are you not calling me and being all like, Afro Elite, I didn't like the way you handled that. I didn't appreciate what you said. And I would have said, hey, my fault. I didn't even mean it like that. I didn't even mean to disrespect you. But you're going to take it to Twitter. You're going to take it to the internet. And now I got to call you and be the adult. And now even if you delete it, now people have seen this already. Why are you operating that way? I did not like that. All right. And this is giving me the same vibe. This is very childish. This is very high school like. So it shows, first off, it shows a lack of respect for your brother, Tariq. You said Tariq was your brother. You said Tariq was like a son to you. It shows an incredible lack of respect. And it kind of shows a little bit of snake-like behavior, if I'm going to be very honest. Before, I thought that maybe you got caught up in the moment or something like that. Maybe I can give you a little bit of a pass. But now, this is the second time in a row, and you doing the same exact thing. I don't know about that now. Now this is showing this is how you operate. This is how you operate. Okay, this is not how men operate. So, okay, now this is really a reflection of your character at this point. And I just got to say it. I just got to say it. And I'm not saying that everything he said or has done is bad. I'm not saying he's not intelligent. I said he was intelligent back in the original video. I'm saying it still now today. But I do not like you moving like that. And this is not the way people should be moving in a movement of black empowerment. That's not the way men should be. First off, it's not the way anybody should be moving, but especially grown men. And especially a man who's old enough to be the father of the other person. Or at least that close to it. Especially that. You're old enough to be... I'm gonna be honest, man. I can't get behind that. I don't respect that, personally. Okay? And you're making a very bad case for Pan-Africanism if that's how you operating, if that's how you moving. I can't get behind that. I really can't. Let me get to these super chats because I still want to get to the video real quick, okay? I still want to get to that. Let me get to... The Jughead says, it is the cowardice of our African fatherland and its suicidal refusal to institutionalize and empower itself that has left black people globally at the mercy of global black hate. Love and respect from the UK. Hey, much respect to the UK. I appreciate y'all. There are some riders in the UK. I will give them that. There's some riders. Y'all got some tethers, but y'all do got some riders in the UK. Much respect to that. Now I appreciate you guys. Okay. Noik says, Noike says, it isn't ignorance. It's on purpose and calculated. It is. If it was ignorance, and thank you for that, if it was ignorance, it would eventually fade away. It might have been an issue when they first started coming over here, maybe around the 70s, maybe the 80s. If it was really just ignorance, if it wasn't character, if it wasn't on purpose, if it was only ignorance, maybe in the 70s and 80s, it kind of would have been an issue. Then around the 90s, they would have started getting it together, the early 2000s and all of that. And by now, we would all be kumbaya. We would all be two peas in a pod. Everything would be copacetic by now if it was only ignorance. But this has been a problem for a couple generations now since they started coming over here. And it's not fading away. And as a matter of fact, it's getting more intense. So this can't be ignorance. Your ignorance is not going to grow and be more intense in the age of 2025 in the age of social media. So it's not ignorance, and we need to stop saying that. All right. Tell it like it is says, of course these tethers get awards for blocking FBA's progress. That's true. Professor James Small claims that Pan-Africanism is a, quote, better story. But when we look at the state of Africa today, I don't see it. I don't see it either. I don't see it either. Guess what I see when we talk about Pan-Africanism today? Guess what I see today when we look at Africa? and we try to examine the state of Pan-Africanism. I don't know why it's... Hold on. This is what I see.
Belongs to South African. I hate foreigner. I hate Krikamba. I hate Kwara. I hate Zai Zai. I don't like foreigner. Foreigner must go to their country. I hate foreigners. I am xenophobic. I hate, again, I hate times and times. I don't know how many times. I hate foreigners. I am xenophobic. I don't like foreigner because foreigners, I don't have a child because of foreigner. Ramaphosa, take these foreigners to their country right now.
Oh, wow. I hate foreigner. Okay, all right. All right. That's Pan-Africanism in Africa, just so you know. So you know, that's Pan-Africanism in Africa, in the continent. Okay? That we're being preached that we need to follow that. Okay. Now, he's not going to say anything about them, but we're the bad guys for not opening up our doors more for them and not giving them more of our resources. Because he can't say we haven't done anything, but we just haven't done enough. It's our fault. First Class Citizen says, any idiot that doesn't understand that charity begins at home needs to have their head examined. It does, and we've been giving away charity to everybody else, not home, and they haven't been reciprocating. So we got to reprioritize ourselves, and we're not going to be shamed for that. My brother Hurricane, he says, here's a question, Smalls won't answer. How did Pan-Africanism help Black Americans in America, Africans in Africa, or Caribbeans in the Caribbean? I'm sick of these olders insulting our intelligence. I am. The whole we don't know our history and all of this and all that. I don't like that. I don't appreciate that, because we do. Dakota Jenkins says, in a perfect world, Pan-Africanism is exactly what needs to happen, okay? We're not in a perfect world. If Africans and Caribbeans can't figure things out amongst themselves, how can they help us? They can't. You see what's going on over there? What's going on? Drowning people can't save another drowning person. If you can't swim, what sense does it make for you to be a lifeguard? I can't swim, but I'm jumping in the water to save you. How? We're both going to drown. As a matter of fact, me jumping in the water is going to make you drown faster. Okay? Two people swimming is going to make it harder. Drowning is going to make it harder. So what are we doing? Why are we lying? Why are we acting as if, man, we're cutting off the plug. I thought you said that we are the plug. You said we cutting off vital allies and access to resources, but you're saying that we need to open the door up more for them to get opportunities. What? Aren't they the ones with the whole nation? Aren't they the ones who are the majority of their country? Aren't they the ones who have natural resources and access to their natural resources? But we need to open the door up more for them and provide more opportunities for them. Okay? Because the fact that we had to fight for their right to come over here isn't enough. Malik says, we need to wake up and smell the coffee, because these tethers are not here to unite with us, but these tethers are here to work against us. Professor Small is jealous of Tariq. I'm not going to say he is, but I am going to say if he wasn't jealous, he would probably be moving differently. That's all I'm saying. That's all. I'm not saying he is, but if he wasn't, I don't think he'd be doing that. That's all I'm saying. And I would say, and I'm not even being scared, I would say that in front of him. I'm all like, what you're doing, if you're not jealous, that's what your behavior is coming off as. Especially for someone who's so much older, okay, who's been to Africa so much, who's had all of these credentials and these accolades. For you to be moving like this is coming off as you're jealous of somebody who does move the crowd more than you do, who is in touch with the grassroots more than you are, who is in touch with the movement and progress more than you are. That's what it's coming off as. And you can kind of hear that, because he said when he was on the phone with Tariq, he felt like Tariq didn't give the respect he felt he deserved. So you feel as if you deserve to be pedestalized. and to be an authority on the situation. And even though Tariq is not the leader of FBA, because nobody is, because FBA is just a lineage, people hold Tariq's opinions to a higher regard than they hold yours, according to what he said. And that's the problem. We're going to get to a couple more because I still want to get back to the clip. Okay. Line is blessed says, we have been warned repeatedly by JB Jason Black about these old niggas. Okay. Yeah, true. Smalls must be Biggie Det eating. Yeah. Biggie Det eating dirt cookies to FAFO. F around, F out. Find out. All right. Appreciate that. Let's be honest. We've been warned. It's like you might have a little plug or something in Africa. Could that be the case? Let's get back to the clip. I'm going to get back to your super chats. I appreciate you all so very much for that. Let me give y'all a good round of applause. Much love and much respect. And shout out to the Cash App that we got too. We got a Cash App from Foley. Appreciate you, Foley. Thank you. Getting back to the clip.
We have a few, but nothing significant. You know what I mean? There are churches that do this in our community, but we need to have some sort of African reception kind of organization all over America. So wherever our people land, right now, our people are being brought in by the American government, the Refugee Department and the Homeland Security people, and they teach them not to come to our community. I'm telling you the truth. There are people from the continent who come in through the U.S. State Department are taught not to associate with us, that we're drug dealers and we're troublemakers and things like that. So people, you try to survive. You just got to America, thank God, and you're trying to get a job. You think you're going to go in and mess with the dope dealer and the troublemaker. You're going to have nothing to do with them. Now, as time goes on and you learn better, you're caught in an isolated situation, and there isn't much you could do there. I remember, I didn't know this. So one of my professors, Professor
And that's been the excuse that, oh, well, they taught us to have stereotypes, and they taught them, the State Department taught them stereotypes. They also put stereotypes against Africans over here. They also had stereotypes against the entire continent over here. And we still fought for their right to come over here. So that's no excuse. I don't care. The same stereotypical videos and images and all of that they had of us, and then they do. They have images of stereotypes and us committing all this crime and this degenerate behavior. We get the same thing of that from them. All right? And we still said that that's not how they are. They're good people, and they deserve an opportunity, just like we do. And we fought to include them, okay? And then when they came here, we fought to give them a leg up, to give them an economic floor. So they don't get that, well, you know, the State Department taught them, okay. And how long are you going to make that excuse? Because I could see if you were making that excuse in the 70s, in the 80s. But in a generation where everybody has smartphones, I don't see how you can still make that excuse. I don't see how you can still make that excuse when you have people who've been here and have children here. And their children are growing up, being tethers. All right? How can you make that excuse then? Oh, it's the State Department raising the tether kids at this point? And even if it was, that don't mean we got to tolerate it. Even if it was, that's not our fault that the State Department has manipulated your dumb ass. And I just got to call it what it is. If you too stupid to not believe the damn oppressors that are oppressing you and that are subjugating you, if you're not smart enough to believe that the people with the same melanated black Negro people in another country that are oppressed by the same people who oppress you over there, if you're too dumb and I'm not saying Small's dumb, but I'm saying them, if they're too dumb not to believe the stereotypes from the oppressors that subjugate and oppress them, then how are they a benefit to us? I'm asking that question seriously. How are they going to benefit us? If we got to cleanse them and sanitize them from mind control, if they're not smart enough to believe that the same blue-eyed, blonde-haired white man that be whipping them and stealing their resources and tethering and siphoning their resources, if the oppressors are telling them that we're the bad guys, if they believe them, then they don't need to be over here then. If they just don't have enough common sense to be over here. They're even if they're good-hearted people, if they're that brainless, they don't need to be here. And you keep trying to give them the dummy pass. You keep trying to give them the dummy pass. If they're that dumb, then they need to go home. They don't need to be here. They're not sophisticated enough for the movement. And they're getting in the way. They're crowding the space. Let's clear the room of all of the dummies who believe the white supremacists. Let's clear the room of them. If they are, I don't believe they're dumb. They can't be that dumb. They can't be that dumb for generations after generations after generations. They can't be that dumb. They can't be. Listen, let me tell you something. Hold on, let me tell you something. Buffer classes are not dumb. You can't be an ignorant buffer class. You can't be a dumb buffer class. All ALL buffer classes know what they are. Know their buffer classes, whether they're the Africans, Caribbeans, whether they're the Hispanics, whether they're the Asians, the whole model minority myth, they all know it. They all know it, and they are complicit. They're complicit with it. They're in alignment with it. They've conceded to it. They said, well, as long as I'm not at the bottom of the racial hierarchy, I'm fine. I will be a subordinate buffer class as long as I'm not at the bottom with you Negroes over there. You FBAs, I don't want to be where you're at. So I'm going to work as a buffer class to say, you guys are lazy, you guys are this, you guys are that. They all know. Do you understand that the system of white supremacy wouldn't just they don't roll dice. Do you understand that? If they pick somebody to help and aid them, to be a collaborator with them, they don't roll the dice on their collaborators. They vet them and they know exactly who to pick. They're like surgeons with a scalpel. They're very precise. They know who to pick. They don't roll the dice on anybody. So they know exactly what you guys are, and they know in order for you guys to effectively complete your assignment, you have to know what it is. That's why all of this playing dumb, we got to stop that. White supremacy would not be able to operate if everybody was dumb. And there was only a few smart people who knew what was really going on at the tippity top. They would not be able to rule like that. The only reason they're able to rule with such effectiveness is if everybody down the line knew their assignment. If everybody down the line knew exactly what they're supposed to do and what they're not supposed to do. That's the only way it could work. You think they're ruling the world and nobody knows what to do? Can you run a business and none of your employees know what to do? If you're running a successful business, everybody from every position knows exactly what they should and shouldn't be doing. Okay, what their role is, what their assignment is. All of these buffer classes, they know what they can and cannot be doing. The reason why, in the example he gave, Professor Small, they didn't help is because they know that's not their assignment. They know they're not here to help. They know they're not here to assist us in any manner. They're here to get in the way. That's why Candace Owens gets all of this praise and pedestalization from the dominant society. That's why they got them going to college campuses and giving them big YouTube platforms and stages and going to different Congress meetings and task force and all that stuff, because they know the assignment. And they know that these people are going to execute exactly what I tell them to do. They're going to follow instructions. They're not going to chance it. They're going to pick the ones who know how to follow instructions. So all of this, they're dumb. Nobody knows. That can't exist. It's not realistic. There's no way. White supremacy would have been dead just centuries ago if it operated that way, where only a few people really were controlling everything and nobody knew anything else. Everybody else was oblivious. No. All of them know. All of them agree. Some of them are active. Some of them are passive. But everybody knows what's going on. Dr. Frances Cress Welsing said this. Shout out to Dr. Frances Cress Welsing. She said, and this is the thing with white supremacy. White people play dumb about racism, and black people play dumb with them. And everybody's playing dumb. I don't know. I didn't know that I wasn't qualified for reparations. You didn't know you weren't qualified for slavery reparations in America? You didn't? Really? Okay. No, they're not that dumb. They don't sign up. They wouldn't sign up for a damn senior citizens benefit in their 30s. Why? Because they know they're not a senior citizen and they know they don't qualify. So why are they trying to sign up for reparations when they're not FBA? They understand they don't qualify for senior citizen benefit, for veterans benefits. Okay. So why would they qualify for reparations? They understand what it is. They're not slow. They're not dense. And you need to stop giving them that excuse.
Manweri, Perez Kumanweri, who's from Uganda, who was a friend of Malcolm, when him and a bunch of students from Uganda came to study at Columbia, and they were told never, Columbia's in Harlem, but up on the hill. So they were told never to go down the hill, that we would kill them, that they would, of course he came down the hill because that made the African brothers curious. And he married a sister from South Carolina, almost my town, Sister Carolyn. They were married about 60 years now. But Perez says, no, this is the program. And they're still doing it. The U.S. State Department is still instructing and informing African people who are migrating legally to the country not to have anything to do with us. And so this bitterness has a lot of little things that grow. Our people don't want to be caught in that situation, but if the State Department is telling you that and you're trying to get your green card and a citizenship and a job or enter college, what are you going to do? Are you going to say, I'm not listening to y'all and be thrown back on a plane and sent back to Guinea? You're not going to do that.
Exactly.
You're going to reluctantly go along with that process. And then that process starts building. And then you got the African Americans.
Oh, so yeah, you just admitted it. They go along to get along because they want the benefits of being over here and they don't want to be deported. Oh, and we get it. We all know that. We've been saying that. So what was this whole they don't know history? Notice how often he contradicts himself. Either they don't know history or they're doing it on purpose. They're doing it out of ignorance or they're doing it to stay in the country, because it can't be both. They can't be doing it out of ignorance and doing it accidentally, but doing it on purpose and doing it with intent. Both those things can't be true. Now, you opened up the conversation about FBA, quote unquote, being divisive by saying that they don't know their history or our history and we don't know our history. And now you're saying they have to do it because they don't want to be deported. So it's clearly not out of a lack of knowledge of history then.
Displayed ignorance, but we don't know how much American State Department or Justice Department is involved in Foundation of Black America. Who's getting paid?
Now here's the crazy part. Hold on. Here's the worst part right here.
Yes, now. But Perez says, no, this is the program. And they're still doing it. The U.S. State Department is still instructing and informing African people who are migrating legally to the country not to have anything to do with us. And so this bitterness has a lot of little things that grow. Our people don't want to be caught in that situation, but if the State Department is telling you that and you're trying to get your green card and a citizenship and a job or enter college, what are you going to do? Are you going to say, I'm not listening to y'all and be thrown back on a plane and sent back to Guinea? You're not going to do that.
Exactly.
You're going to reluctantly go along with that process. And then that process starts building. And then you got the African Americans who displayed ignorance, but we don't know how much American State Department or Justice Department is involved in Foundation of Black America. Who's getting paid the money to say what they're saying? There's a paper. It's a white paper. You could probably find it online. It was done by a man named Brezhnev Brzezinski. He was the national security director under Jimmy Carter. And his white paper, the first paragraph, he said that the policy of the United States of America is that African American and Africans should never unite politically, culturally, or economically. That is still the policy of the government of the United States. So what you're seeing ain't quite what you see, and there's only a piece of what you see. You understand what I'm telling you?
I do.
Just because they come in a black face.
Okay. I'm not gonna lie to you. That's what you're saying now. The line that he just crossed, because I want you to understand that's a serious line. The line that he just crossed is a lot worse than we just don't know what we're doing. To give the implication that the State Department, that the CIA and the FBI is involved with the movement and that we're paid agents, that vague little COINTELPRO stuff. And all I'm saying is, if you assume somebody is COINTELPRO, say it with your chest. Don't give these loose little implications that give you a back door, that give you an exit. That way, when somebody calls you out or asks for any type of specificity, then you're all like, well, I didn't say no names. Don't do that. Say it with your chest. Who do you think is getting paid? I know I'm not getting paid. I know I'm not getting paid by no FBI, no CIA, no government agency, no political organization, nothing. Okay? We're not getting paid in this movement. And they've been suggesting that for the longest time. And I think it's very, very problematic that you would imply that we were. Let me tell you something. If the CIA was paying us, and I'm going to say, and this is going to be offensive. This is going to be offensive, but look. If the CIA was paying us, they would be wasting their money. They would absolutely be wasting our money. Why would the CIA pay us to sabotage a movement that isn't going anywhere? You mean the CIA is paying us to sabotage Pan-Africanism, and Pan-Africanism isn't working? Pan-Africanism isn't doing anything, is not scaring anybody, is not pushing the needle, is not accomplishing anything? Why would we be being paid to sabotage something that's not moving? Okay? It's not doing anything. Now, they had agents in the Black Panther Party because the Black Panther Party was actually accomplishing things and moving things. They had agents on Malcolm X. They had agents on Dr. King. They had agents in the Civil Rights Movement because they were actually accomplishing things and doing things. Now, you're going to imply that we're an informant to sabotage a movement, and a movement that's been here for generations, really centuries, that has not accomplished anything. That's ineffective. That's obsolete. Okay, that's what we're doing. Y'all are clinging on to this as if this is a religion. What are we doing? Mind you, we're not stopping Pan-Africanism. We're not going to their meetings and organizations trying to sabotage anything. All we're saying is that we're going to leave them alone. Agents don't do that. Agents try to sabotage things. If all we're saying is, you know what, we're going to go a different path and we're going to delineate and we're going to get it that way. We're going to accomplish what we need to accomplish that way. How is that sabotaging you from what you're doing? Because if what you're doing was so effective, you wouldn't even be worrying about what we're doing. The same way we're not worrying about what you're doing because what we're doing is effective. It will work in reverse. You wouldn't be worried about us. You wouldn't be having conversations about FBA is this and FBA is that if what y'all was doing was so legit and so effective. If you had so many wins and W's under your belt and so many accomplishments, you wouldn't even be worried about us. We'd be ineffective with this fringe movement that you guys say only exists online. If you're going to say something, put a name on it. Okay? And from what I've been told, and I got to double check on this, but from what I've been told, Professor Small, you got businesses in Africa. And it's a couple of y'all who got business ties in and property or things like that. I'm not saying he does. I got to double check on that, but this is what I've been told. So it's an economic incentive for you to keep Pan-Africanism going. Okay? So if anybody is quote unquote being paid by the movement or wants to keep the movement going in a certain direction for their own pockets, it would be you. If we're going to go there, and I tried not to go there, but if we're going to go there, what economic incentive would it be for us to say we need to delineate the number? What would it be? How would that benefit us economically? Okay? Because it's seeming like the only people trying to benefit and finesse economically is the Pan-Africanist. I'm not saying he is, but I'm saying the only people who have been the Pan-Africanists.
A black face don't
Yeah,
mean you're the CIA, all right? A black face don't mean you ain't the FBI, okay? Wearing a dashiki don't mean you're a nationalist, okay? So once you get clear on these things, that's why studying history is important. You'll see how Fred Hampton was killed. You see how Malcolm X was killed. They were both surrounded by agents and collaborators that looked just like us. So you can bet some of the foundational Black American people are agents, and even some from the African sides are agents. You know, I've seen my brothers and sisters on the continent be recruited by the State Department, and I tried to pull the coattail with their parents. But if your son is being brought to America, given a free education, who's gonna listen to me?
Yeah.
They're gonna tell you that the State Department is using him. I know the particular program. It came from under USAID, and they're gonna come back to your country one day, and you're gonna look up, and he's gonna be your governor or your president. And you won't know why he's behaving the way he's behaving. But he's got a nice house in Maryland, okay, or Virginia. Huh? I know the story, brother. I've been here a long time. So these are all of the things that's causing that antagonism. Why now? Why now? Just when we are mostly coming together and people are migrating, people are moving. There was a study that came out last week. Over 60,000 Americans, whites and blacks, are
skip
applying for
forward a
jobs in
little
Africa.
bit.
They're having a friggin' titty over here. Wow. And then when I saw her again, I could see somebody had hurt her. It was in her face. It was the way she wore her hair. She spoke frighteningly. She started talking about religion and all these things, which was not a part of her thing before, you know. And I reached around to Susan and others and said, did somebody hurt this baby? And yes, they did. Then people told me, oh, you know, they kidnapped her and they found her beside the road somewhere. They had beat her up. Who are the they that did that to this girl? So these are all the things that, you know. So we got to understand we have war. This is not a game. You know, I'm not just giving a lecture. I'm sharing information and ideas of how we free our mind so we can free our behind. To free mind, free the behind. You understand? Get that clear. You can't free your behind and
I don't know why it's freezing. Hold on for a second, y'all. Just be patient. Just be patient with me.
is to free your mind. And you can't free your mind if you don't know your history, because your history gets rid of the mystery, right? So there may be nice little ditties, but they're the truth, you know. And this rift between foundational Black Americans and brothers and sisters on the continent is not a rift between them. It's one side attacking the other out of ignorance. But I'm telling you, it ain't all ignorance. I've been out here long enough. I can read the American government. They're a part of this. You hear me? And one day it will come in the open and you will see it. They do not want the unification of African youth on that continent and African youth in the Americas. You hear what I'm saying? They do not want the economic or the political integration. You know how much money we throw away in the white man's hands every year? You know how much money we spent with whites and Asians last year? $1.8 trillion. Want me to say it again? $1.8 trillion we spent with our enemy, African Americans. We're not broke. We're the richest African population in the world.
Yeah.
You think they want me to spend that in Kenya? You think they want me to spend that in Ghana? You think they want me to spend that in Nigeria? You think they want the kids graduating from Howard?
Now, I want to move forward. I don't know why it's freezing up like this. I want to move forward to about this point. Hold on. To about right here. And I want you guys to tell me what y'all think about this. Okay, hold on. Right about right here towards the end. And after this, I'm going to open up the phone lines and I'm going to hear what you guys have to say about this.
Because I wasn't in a circle. And he told me, he said, one more thing so small. He said, you know, the thing they hold me, that they are most angry with me about with the killing of these judges. He said, I had nothing to do with it. He said, I didn't give the order. And when I knew it was being done, it was after it happened. He said, but I'm the leader, so I had to take the hit. This is tears coming on this man's face. This is the president of the country. This ain't no punk president. This is a military officer of the highest rank. This is a jet pilot, okay? This ain't no silly boy, right? His heart, because this man loved Ghana. He loved Africa. You know, he said, they asked me, well, what are you going to do? You're going to leave Ghana when you're no longer president? He said, leave Africa? Have you lost your mind? You leave Ghana? He said, I'm born in Ghana. I'm born in Africa. I would die here. That was his words.
Wow.
He was...
Well,
and they made some mistakes. All governments make mistakes, but when you look...
Well, and my thing is, they say, you're giving respect to somebody saying, I'm born in Ghana and I will die in Ghana. If you're going to give that respect to somebody saying that, then you're going to give respect to somebody who doesn't flee. And that's all we're saying. That's the only thing we're saying is if they're fleeing, how much respect can we give them if they're fleeing? If they're too afraid to stay in their homeland, how much respect do they owe? Do we owe them? Huh?
Who gonna listen to me?
Okay, once again.
Oh, come on.
Know there are any agents? Well, then you should be naming.
Hold on. I want to get to a point because there's one point in the video where he implies that he's from Ghana.
So you all can hear this because he had a little bit of a soliloquy to give here, but I think
It's about. Hold on. It's about right here.
Organize. You got to serve the people. Go help the poor. It doesn't take much to build a clinic. What does it take besides having a building and a bed? Just some first aid kits. Just in a sanitary place. And someone that will be willing to learn basic first aid, who can be there to serve the community in their needs. Because most injuries is not catastrophic. It's basic, but because we don't take care of basic injuries, they become catastrophic. You understand? I mean, there was a time when I'd go to Ghana for years and years, I would take duffel bags of medical supplies to rural clinics. We spend a whole year begging hospitals and nurses and other people, whatever you can bring home in a paper bag, bring it for us. And we will fill the duffel bags. So by the time the year end comes and we go to Ghana, we had maybe 50, 60 duffel bags of medical supply, suture kits, band-aids, antibiotics, all kinds of things, gauze. And we would split them up into small units and give them to the different clinics who had none of these things. There are things we can do.
Yes.
You know? And they said, oh, well, we don't have jobs. Okay, so you're going to stand here and die? Let's find all businesses is predicated on selling something. Find out what a need is in that community that you could sell to them at a better price and a lower price than somebody else is doing it for.
I heard something that he had to say.
And make some money.
Found it to be a bit interesting.
So I'm
going to go ahead but do it collectively and bring our skills to the table. We'll get a lot accomplished. Food, clothing, shelter, safety, security, primary desire of all human beings on the planet Earth. Controlling economic, politics, and culture is the essential necessity for getting those things accomplished, supplying those needs. So,
well,
Africans want to be free.
Thank you.
You know. But I'm glad to come and hang out with you for a minute, and we get to know each other. But we always knew each other.
Yeah.
We're Africans. We are fighting the same enemies. no matter where we are in the world. They just have a different face on them, maybe a little different strategy. But the biggest thing they're trying to do is make sure to divide us in the West from you on the continent. So if you're going to look at that thing, it's not a rift between some black Americans and some Africans. That's the U.S. State Department. It may have started out with a few ignorant people, but they knew how to take advantage of that ignorance. But I don't even think it started out with a few ignorant people. I think they started it. They tested the water with that first group, that lawyer woman from California and the man, and somehow they got to Tariq Nasheed. If you remember, Tariq Nasheed was gone in just the opposite direction a few years ago. Why did that U-turn occur? Now, like I said,
I was surprised because
that's him taking another shot at Tariq. That's him taking another shot at Tariq.
How did you move from the hidden colors to this? Like, it doesn't, yeah.
Professor,
well, he
is kind of long-winded. I'm not going to lie to you.
Thinking that he's being taken advantage of by his brothers and sisters from the continent because of his own ignorance. Just like the brothers and sisters from the continent think they're being taken advantage of when they come over here by some of us. And that's from a lack of relationship. And I'm telling you that the State Department and the American Immigration Department is right at the center of that. Ask any brother and sister that you know who's immigrated here through the legal system, what were their instructions from the U.S. State Department vis-a-vis their relationship with us? And those who have the courage to tell you the truth will tell you. They're told not to have anything to do with us. Okay? Because they understand if you and me, the youth, well, I'm not the youth anymore, I'm an old man now, but if you, the youth of Africa and the youth of America and the Caribbean get together, the shit's over. It is over for them. Okay. Just the economy of African America, the African American economy is bigger than any single African country on the continent, except maybe Nigeria. And Nigeria is squandering it so much we don't even see it. Next year, African Americans will have the spending power of $2 trillion. Most of it is going to be spent with Asians and Europeans and Arabs. Do you hear me? What if we spent just 1/3 of that with Africa? God forbid if we could spend on half of that with Africa.
Yeah, half is over. Yeah.
We'll get there, but they're going to work in every way they can to make sure we don't. We have to make sure we do. We have to work to make sure we do. That Brzezinski white paper that says, by any means necessary, Africans and African Americans are never to unite politically, culturally, or economically, under Jimmy Carter, who's supposed to have been the good president. He was supposed to have been the nice African-loving president. He got peanut farms in Ghana and shit, all right? But he supported the policy of the disunification of Africans and African Americans. So you know what the rest of them.
And it's Prof. And it's the same Zabinu Brzezinski, who was Obama's mentor, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, he
was one of them. And Obama was a Kenyan who couldn't spell Kenya spiritually.
Yeah.
But Obama was raised by a CIA mother. Okay, Obama was a CIA operative. Everybody knows that. And he was raised by, and he even admits he was raised by his racist grandparents in a white community. And when he lived in Indonesia, the Asians are no less racist than the Europeans. You know?
Yeah.
So he comes out of that. I knew Obama before he was president, by the way. I can tell you all this story. I'm at City College as a student at the time, a grad student. He's at law school at Columbia University. I'm fighting at City College against the formation of a group called NIPERG. It was a Jewish group of Jewish young people trying to create this consumer group, but it was just a way to give Jewish youth, Zionist youth, jobs and income. And I'm fighting to stop it. And they go to Columbia and get a group of Columbia law students to plead a case against me, who was at that time the director of the student union at City College. Who led the team from Columbia? Barack Obama.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And I kicked his behind. And even though I won the case, they still implemented, the school still agreed to end up forming the organization called NIPERG, which became a massive consumer advocate group in New York State. For some years, I don't hear about it now. Yeah, I know him from back then. Then I know him from Chicago, because I did work in Chicago with Dorothy Tillman, who used to work for Harold Washington.
Okay. He goes on for a long time talking about the financial benefits of that. All right. And if you missed it, he did imply that he was African. I'm trying to find a clip exactly the point right here. where he said it.
And we all got together and helped finish building that one house for that poor man. Then next month or 2 months, we go to another house in that same village, and we help to build that house for that poor family. Let that be our mission. And let's see what that does to us as Kenyans. Become one with one another.
He said, let's see what that does to us as Kenyans, not Africans. Now, Kenya is a specific nation. Okay? Kenya is a very specific nation. He named Kenya exactly. Let's see what that does to us as Kenyans. All right. Now, I had let it play, but actually I needed it to go back. But could it be that Professor Smalls may have some Kenyan lineage? And that's why delineation is a little difficult for him to really come to terms with? Because, you know, that kind of goes against his own lineage. Could it be? I'm not even saying he's full Kenyan, but he might have some Kenyan lineage. Us as Kenyans. He didn't say Africans, he said Kenyans. He keeps saying he doesn't refer to himself as any other African nation besides Kenyan. Now he went Ghana, but he didn't refer to himself as a Ghanaian. But then the second he says something about Kenya, he refers to himself as Kenyan. Maybe, I don't know. And I want you guys to tell me. So the phone lines are now open. And the number to call in is 949-381-0044. That's 949-381-0044. And I appreciate y'all patience, and I appreciate y'all liking, subscribing, all of that stuff. Y'all make sure y'all hit all of that stuff before. But y'all, I want to know what you guys think about this situation. Because, see, this is the problem when we have people who are tied, and I'm not saying he is an African, but when we have people who are tied, when we have people who do have lineage, when we have people who do have business, when we have people who are economically tied and hooked for whatever reason to Pan-Africanism, notice how they'll wind up dissing the movement. And as I said before, and I will stand on this, I did not like, and I don't know how Tariq is going to address this. I don't know if Tariq is going to address this. Let me get the number back up here. He might address it. Tariq might take the high road. He might not address it at all. I don't know. And however he handles it is how he handles it. Tariq is a grown man. He's going to handle it that way. But I wanted to address it because this is still the movement. Okay? So when he implies that Tariq might be working for the CIA or Tariq might be compromised, that is an implication that the whole movement might be compromised. I want you guys to know that. When people make attacks about Tariq, it's not because they don't like Tariq on a personal basis. They're attacking the movement. And because they don't have a legitimate argument against the movement, they attack Tariq. So you know. All right? Let's get to these calls real quick. Let's get to caller from area code 202. You're on live. Can you hear us, right? Make sure everything's straight, right?
Yes, sir.
All right.
How are you, Afro? This is Gene from DC.
Gene, brother Gene, how you doing, brother?
I'm doing great. I'm going to try my best to be respectful as possible to Brother Smalls. I just want to know, are we supposed to be ignoring his intellectual dishonesty or his pure ignorance? To say that they do not know what they're doing as they willfully come here and align themselves with the very same people that's destroying their lands. And they come here, align themselves with them, and attack us. And then he say they don't know what they're doing, but they're doing this intentionally. That's a complete contradiction. In addition to that, if you have a problem with a man, I was taught as a young man, you address that man and let that issue you have with that man be between you and that man, not you, that man, and everybody else that you need to listen to you. And when you do stuff like that, it's because you need a crowd to confront a man you think is more powerful than you. You may think that you have all the education in the world, you have all the scholarships in the world, but it really hurts your soul and your ego that a guy that you feel is beneath you is winning in this world in the worst ways you think is possible. He is a hateful, disdainful old man, and I'm trying my best to remain respectful, but he could have kept a lot of that stuff he said about Brother Tariq to himself. Tariq can handle himself, so I'm not going to go any further than that. That's just it, brother.
I agree. I want you to think, and I'm not saying that he's jealous, but he's moving like somebody who is. If you weren't jealous, you wouldn't be doing that. I want you to think, when we did the first rally for reparations, and you were there, we did the first rally. Notice we had thousands of people, kind of last minute, right? You got to think about how, and Tariq pulled that off, and we have a month to prepare, maybe a little bit more than a month to prepare for the first rally.
I don't think it was a little bit more than a month. I think it was a month or under a month, because remember, so much things was happening at the same time.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So it was about that time, and thousands of people pulled up. Okay. Because Tariq can garner those many people. And that was the last time, and I'm not trying to set nothing up, I'm not trying to be messy, but I'm just observing. That was the last time you saw Tariq and Professor Smalls working together on anything.
Correct.
Could it be where you saw that large crowd, and you knew that crowd was there for Tariq, or you knew that crowd was because of Tariq? And it kind of triggered something in you? It stirred up some jealousy you might have?
Yeah, but he was there talking like us, and then get behind the camera with a complete stranger and badmouth the guy who put you on the stage in front of thousands.
Mm-hmm.
I really dislike that. As I stated, as a young man, I have always confronted my issues with an individual, with that individual, because that's what I was told as a young man. It doesn't need to be public property.
Mm-hmm.
It's between me and that individual. So that really put this stain in my mind as it pertains to his image. And I think that was very backstabbing of him to say he can battle him and he'll beat him and say, I know he's not talking about physically, I know he's talking about, intellectually. Then why not do that instead of getting on the social media trying to garner some attention from a complete stranger that you think is a friend that you just admit you don't even know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's confusing.
Yeah. A few years ago, he was like, yeah, Tariq is like a son to me. That's how you treat your kids? That's how you do your children? That's how you do a son? A son who, mind you, Tariq has never done that to him. Just keep that in mind. We've never seen Tariq operate like that towards him.
And I think Tariq I don't want to talk for the brother, but he may be a bit, disgusted by Professor Small's action at this point in time. Is the reason why he's probably not addressing it. And I'm going to be honest. Some people are energy vampires. Let them starve.
I agree.
Thank you, brother. Have a great night.
Appreciate you, brother. Thank you, Brother Gene. I appreciate you. I agree. I mean, let's call it what it is. Let's call it what it is, because that's just hating. And listen, this movement we're too far along. We're at such a detrimental point in the movement where we got to stop being coy and sugarcoating everything and watering everything down. There's a way to respectfully address the truth and not be unapologetic, not be disrespectful, but not be unapologetic. This is hater behavior. Whether he's doing it purposefully or accidentally, it is hater behavior. Because this is not how you treat somebody who's a friend of yours. First off, it's not how you should treat somebody in a movement, period. But especially somebody you know personally. Twice. And this is why I'm harping on it. Because the first time I was all like, well, I just disagree. Second time, I'm all like, no, you acting like a hater. You acting like you jealous. Or maybe it's something worse than that. All right, let's get to the next caller. Caller from area code 719.
This is Tell It Like It Is, calling out of California.
Tell it like it is, brother. Talk to us.
Man, listen. So I've been listening to Professor Smalls talk, and every time he spoke, he contradicted himself. Now, he was talking about how, first of all, you contradicted yourself in actions. How you going to work with Tariq Nasheed on one hand, but then you talking greasy about him behind another scene to try to push an agenda? That's number one. Number two, he was talking about how he could debate Tariq and beat him down, this, that, and the other, because Tariq he's got facts and he's a good researcher, but he's not a good historian. Well, isn't that what you need? Isn't the building blocks of research being a good researcher and a good orator and being a good researcher and having facts? Isn't that what really makes a good historian?
Yeah.
I mean, this man has made all kinds of documentaries, and he's researched everything that he's actually put out. So I don't see Tariq putting out no bullshit. You know what I'm saying? He actually puts out good stuff and good information. So wouldn't that, by definition, make him a great historian? You see what I'm saying? And then these is animal crackers we talking about right here, right now, right? Because if you think about it, if you really think about it, think about Muhammad Ali, think about Malcolm X, think about all of these people who didn't have this great illustrious, education, but they were still able to go against the people that had all of these educational accolades and was able to wipe the floor with them. Why? Because they had facts. They had facts on their side. They had the truth on their side. You know what I'm saying? And Tariq is operating off that same wave. He's operating off that same realm. He's operating off truth. He's operating off facts. He ain't out here just putting out a bunch of bullshit. So now you got Professor James Smalls coming along, and this is a man that has worked with Tariq. And like you said, called Tariq his, like one of his sons. But you out here now, you seeing Tariq is making waves. He's, you know what I'm saying? He and not only is he making waves, but we're making waves with him. You know what I'm saying? Because we all see the bullshit. We all tired. At once we was all splintered. We thought we was on our own. But then we heard people like yourself and Black Alpha and Tariq Nasheed and you know what I'm saying, and Professor Black Truth and Jason Black and all of y'all. We started to, that when y'all got on the airwaves and started spitting these truths out, we was like, oh shit, somebody is thinking the same way we think. Somebody is picking up on the same wavelength. And that right there, that's why the shit spread like wildfire. And so now we caught that wave. Because everybody was on that before. We was looking at each other like, damn, you know what, something ain't right. You know what I'm saying? And then, it always comes out to us having to constantly, why we got to be the ones to keep doing the heavy lifting. Y'all got all the resources, all the land. Y'all got everything y'all need over there to be successful, but y'all want to keep giving everything away to the Chinese. Y'all want to keep giving it away, everything to the Russians because y'all want security. You know what I'm saying? So now we got to come over there and we got to bring our bag in order to help y'all out. No, fuck that. Y'all need to stand on business so we can get this Pan-African thing popping on the even keel if that's what y'all really want to be on. And that's all I got to say about it.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah. I mean, real talk. He's not with it no more. And we thought we were all alone, and now we realize we're more together now and unified now and aligned than we've been in almost ever. I appreciate you,
right,
brother.
and they wasn't ready for that, but yeah, no. I'll land there.
Thank you. That's my good brother. Tell it like it is. I mean, that's real talk, truth. Let me get to the next caller. We got quite a few people calling in now. Caller from area code 562. You're on live.
Hey, what's up, Afro Elite, man? Yeah, I caught that broadcast on Jason Black, man, about this. To me, it's hard to respect my elders when you got, elders like that, you know what I'm saying, selling the lineage out like that, like he did, man. He sat up there, man, and called us the CIA. And, we COINTELPRO, hell, it looks like he's getting paid by the Democrats or he's getting paid by the CIA. You know what I'm saying? That's the undermined shit that make people question his lineage or question whether he is a FBA or not. Because if he is the FBA, he's selling us out. And if he's not, man, he an undercover tether in my book. I listened to what Jason Black said, man, and he said that, dude been you know what I'm saying, he's been spitting for a long time, way before the social media and YouTube and stuff start popping up, and he really didn't have that audience like that. So, you know, when you got brothers like Flex, you got brothers like Jason Black, you, and the Crest Welsons, Dr. Clyde Andersons, and all that, you know what I'm saying? They like the brother just said before I called, they were speaking on stuff that we were already thinking. And we can see, we the public, we see what's going on. We got everyday life experiences dealing with these vitriolic ass folks, dealing with folks undermining us, and doing stuff to our families at these hospitals, the whole nine, at the job, the whole nine. And for this guy to sit up here and just play dumb, you know what I'm saying, with this tether on here, like he, you know what I'm saying, giving us a spanking or something, or chastising us like that Obama was doing that, pointing fingers at us, like we better do it, we better vote Democrat, we better do this, we better do that. We don't respond and resonate with that kind of weirdo shit though. Excuse my language, Afro Elite, but you know, dude is like on some jealousy trip, man. He's jealous of those brothers I just named. He's jealous of the young up and coming folks, man, that's out there spitting facts, spitting truths, and doing thorough research about things. You know what I'm saying? Because we in the research age right now, so we can always fact check stuff and look up stuff and find out who's lying and who's telling the truth. And from what we see as the public, we see that, man, this is an old fart hater, man. You're a hater, bro, and you saying stuff to undermine our lineage, man. And you're a traitor. You're a Benedict Arnold in our book. And I can't respect that man, Afro Elite. I'm sorry, he's an elder, but in this case, I think he earned himself some disrespect from us, man, because he ain't stand on business, man. And when you call us a COINTELPRO and the CIA, you disrespecting not just one Black American, you disrespecting the whole lineage of people. So he don't have no respect in my book. I don't care how much work he did. He nullified his own self. But with that, I'll end. B1.
Like, first, brother, appreciate that. Listen, I'm going to say that notice the whole, and this is not the first time, or Tariq is not a historian. Tariq is not a historian. Okay. You keep saying that, like, who are you, the authority on who gets to be a historian or not? Why are you saying that? Oh, I can beat Tariq. Why? Do you want to beat Tariq? Why are you coming at it like that? Why would you come at it like that? And this is the problem when people who are older, they think that they know everything. They think that nobody can tell them anything. They think that they are the authority on any and everything. Oh, he knows research, but he's not no historian. Not like what? Like you? I'm not a historian. I'm not claiming to be a historian, but I just listened to what 30 minutes, 40 minutes of you, and I've figured out several contradictions in what you were saying. And this alone, and that's not even a whole thing. I pinpointed so many contradictions, I had to wind up fast forwarding and leaving it alone. You talking about you can beat Tariq, I kind of just beat you. And I'm not even trying to beat you, but I've just beat your argument right there. I picked that contradiction after contradiction, out of flaws in logic, out of inconsistencies, out of you're lying about this, you're omitting this. And I'm not claiming to be a historian. So, I mean, I don't know. It's coming off like there's something behind that. The fact that you keep saying the whole, like, beat Tariq as if Tariq is some big villain to you. Okay? Notice he's not referring to anybody else like that. He's not implying anybody else as the CIA. I'm just saying. Caller from area code 615. You're on live.
Hey, this is Angelica Lena calling from Nashville, Tennessee.
Angelica Lena, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm good.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I'm doing good. Let me
can
know
you
what's
hear
on
me
your
okay?
mind. Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you fine. Y'all can hear her, right? I think they can hear you. I can hear you fine.
Okay, great. This is what I was gonna say. This is the thing about it. Like, respect is a two-way street. Like, and I'm not gonna say any names, But I was looking at some of the other members of our new black media talking about Professor Small, because I'm gonna give him that respect because that is his title, and I'm gonna call him by his title and by his name. The whole thing about, well, I'm just gonna respect him and everybody respect him and make sure you respect him. And I was in one new black media space where you know, the host just you know, and I mean, and that's fine and everything. The host just really threatened, like, you know, that moderators, anybody that shows any kind of disrespect, you getting timed out, and you really couldn't say anything in the chat. But respect is a two-way street. Like, I'm not about to sit up here and respect somebody that disrespects me. I don't care how old you are. And the thing about him talking about Tariq Nasheed, a lot of us would never have even heard of Professor Smalls if it wasn't for Tariq Nasheed. It's like he gets, you know, and Tariq, he gets so much heat from everybody for just no reason, as if he's done something to someone. He hasn't done anything to anyone. Matter of fact, he's done nothing but help people and put people on. So the thing about it is, I'll just say this and leave it here. The thing about that generation, and I heard that Professor Smalls is, I heard that he's from he's 80, so he's from the boomer generation. The thing about that generation is that they don't want to give up power. I think that's their main problem. They don't ever want to give up power. And I'm sorry, I will say this, I know I said this was the last thing, but I'll say this last thing. I know a lot of people have been saying this, like, is he a tether? Is he from Kenya? Is he from, you know, I heard Jason Black's broadcast, and I heard that part before also too, where he was saying something as we as Kenyans, but everybody that I've heard from that actually knows him personally and knows his people said that he's from South Carolina. So I don't know what that is. And so I'll leave it there.
Yeah, we don't know, and I'm not making any assumptions. I'm not gonna lie, but I mean, it's funny that he said that. But to your point, the whole, we gotta respect him. Okay, I can respect if he disagreed. Even the first time when he did, remember, because I remember you were in the chat room the first time when he did the same exact thing the very first time, and we were trying to be very easy. We were trying to be very respectful and correct him respectfully. Okay, now the second time, okay. The second time it's gotten a lot worse. Now he's calling us CIA agents. He's saying that the State Department is paying us to sow division among Pan-Africanism, okay, and that we're agents. So we're going to respect him. We can't call out his inconsistencies, and we got to treat him like the respected elder who deserves so much reverence, and he gets to call us agents. And what is he doing? Vacation trips to Africa? Really? Like, what is he doing in America that helps us get reparations? At this point, is he helping us? No, but he's actually hurting. So, like you said, respect is a two-way street.
Exactly. And the thing about it is too, is he's putting a target on our backs. This is the thing about it, is all of these people, when they do that, and we're just getting it from every direction, people just saying all these reckless things about the lineage, they're putting a target on our back. And they don't even care for their own benefit. That's putting, to say that we're just agents, and anytime you say Tariq Nasheed is a proxy for foundational Black Americans. He's a proxy for the lineage. Anytime you say Tariq Nasheed, you're talking about us. You're not just talking about him. He puts a target on our backs, and that's dangerous.
That's true. And
so thank you.
I'm telling you, it seems like this is a projection. And the thing is, what you mentioned about the lineage, I don't know his lineage. I really don't. But I will say this, I will add this. Before he did this, nobody was questioning his lineage. Nobody at all. Now after this, now people kind of like, I don't know. Now people are side-eyeing him. People are side-eyeing him in a way they've never done before. And this is the second time. At first, we give you maybe you didn't know. I thought it was foul the first time he did it, and I said it. I said I don't agree with that. Now the second time, I'm like, okay, now you getting real oppy. I'm gonna just call it what it is.
But you know what, Afro, I didn't mean to be so long-winded. The thing about it is it's really not just the second time, because he's been going back and forth like this for a couple of years, actually. Like, I remember back when he was talking to some other guy, and I believe you debated him. I think he was the guy you debated that time about when you all were debating this guy about Pan-Africanism. He was debating the Pan-Africanist side, and I don't know if you remember him. I think it was that same guy. And he was talking to Professor Smalls, and Professor Smalls was having that same kind of conversation he was having with that one guy that's on your broadcast tonight, having that same type of conversation. Then he went back and had a conversation with Tariq Nasheed on his broadcast, and it seemed like everything was cool, and of course Tariq Nasheed was really respectful with him. He was nothing but respectful with him. And then it's like this was a couple years ago, then he goes back again. It's like he goes back and forth with it, like you want to play two sides from the middle. It's very questionable. But I'll leave it there. Have a great rest of your night, and I'll see you back in the chat.
Okay, thank you. I gotta check that out. I didn't
Okay,
even
Black
know
first.
he did that. Thank you, Black first to you. Thank you. I didn't even know he did that. But yeah, that's you cool with Tariq, and every time he does it, he tries to give himself a little out, which I think is I don't like that. Every time he does it, he's all like, yeah, but I'm gonna talk to Tariq later about it. Why do you keep doing that? You be trying to throw this agent jacket on him, and then be all like, but I'm cool with him. I'm gonna call him. Why do you keep doing? That's not cool. That is not cool. Caller from area code 347.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, great. My name is Lanil. I love your broadcast, by the way.
Thank you.
You keep doing what you're doing because you're on point. This guy, I never really heard of Professor Smalls. I never paid any attention to him. But I did listen to Jason Black's program, and that's when I was introduced to this guy. I really believe that this guy is a paid op. I really do believe that he's a paid op, because he lived in our era for a long time. He knows our heritage. He's a professor. He's an educator, and I truly believe that he's being paid to say what he's saying. I believe he knows that he knows our heritage. My mom, my grandmother, we're descendants of the Indians that were here. But on my dad's side, his descendants are the Negroes that came from Africa. Okay?
Okay.
And the Negroes that came from Africa are not African. There are a lot of black people that live in Africa, and they are not African. They are Shemites. Africans are Hamites. And I believe, and it says Negro land. There's a map on a 1729 map of Africa, and Negro land is on that map. They changed the map, but you'll find it if you research it on a computer and look up Negro land is on a 1729 map. And they kidnapped our descendants, my descendants on my dad's side from Africa and brought them here to America. So, and they are not Africans. There's a lot of black people that live in Africa that are not African. So they try to lump us all in the same basket, but they're not, because these Negroes are Shemites. They're from they're from Noah's son Shem, and the Hamites are from Africa, and they wasn't even called Africa back then, but the Africans are Hamites. So that's why we look different and everything, because we're not the same people. And I think that Professor Smalls, Mr. Smalls, he knows that. He's an educator. He's been around for a long time. He's a paid op. And that's just my opinion. But thanks. Keep doing what you're doing, brother.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Have
Let me
a good
get
night.
you all the calls. All right. Caller from area code 305. You're on live.
What's good, my brother?
What's going on, brother? Talk to us.
Yeah, man, I'm listening and I'm watching. You know, I respect the elder, but at the same time, he's out of pocket. And then when you're talking about calling Tariq an agent, we got to go back to dealing with the $5 Indians when we supposed to got reparations or dividends, but they worked with the government to kick us out of that situation. The one drop blood rule, they came up with that, right? Mm-hmm. So we couldn't get the money. So it's not that we are trying to listen, man. This movement is very important, mm-hmm. and it's not in the interest of the government to have Tariq working for them. Because if you go back, like I said, go back in time and dealing with that $5 Indian thing, right? It's all about us getting our reparation. I'm right. Mm-hmm. Bro, I'm like upset right now. So that's why I'm stuttering right now, because I'm really upset with this man for doing that. Because why would you do that knowing our struggle in this country? Knowing all we done been through, bro. And then you are elder, you supposed to know better, bro. You supposed to know, we supposed to take your lead. But when we see you do stuff like this, it can make us give up a little bit. You know what I'm saying? And not really, but what I'm just saying, some of us who are weak-minded can like give up. Because we're looking at our elders who we're supposed to look up to and get wisdom from, talking like this. How is it that the government gonna work with us to separate? Listen, it's very important that we separate from the classes for real, because these folks are benefiting from our struggle, our programs, the things that we fought for, and they're doing it under the guise of being African Americans. Anybody can come in and attach themselves to that brand, to that label, right? But if we separate and say we're FBA, Foundation of Black and Americans, that threatens the power structure. That threatens foreigners coming in. That's why they're in an uproar, because they cannot attach themselves to that, because, and shout out to California for making that distinction, right? Mm-hmm. They got it where you got to check that box like that. And I think that needs to be all over America as it pertains to us as a people, as a group. We have to be separated in order to get what's due to us. Otherwise, these foreigners are going to keep coming in, getting ahead of the line, and pushing us back for the things that we fought for. And when you talk about the 13th Amendment, these things were supposed to be for us. That's why I don't too much agree with Trump, but we got to agree with him when he stepped out on that to say, look, it wasn't for foreigners. It was for the African Americans.
Yep. I'm gonna let you land. I want to get to the rest of the speakers, but I'm gonna say this. I am gonna say this. If you disagreed, we're not out here trying to make anybody follow our path. If you don't want to be with us, as far as if you don't believe in reparations, you don't believe we should delineate, you don't believe in none of that, okay, fine, do what you want to do. But you're getting in the way. And by you excuse me, by you publicly coming out and speaking against what we're doing, like you said, that does lower the morale. You know, because we are facing an uphill battle where we have all of this opposition. all of these obstacles. And the last thing we need is somebody who used to be beside us telling us that we're wrong and we're agents and we can't do it and it's not going to work. That's the last thing we need. Why can't you just go about your path? Why are you trying to sabotage our path? You know?
Right. And to that point, I'll finish.
I'm going to let you land.
Yes, sir. It doesn't benefit us to continue moving forward with this Pan-African stuff when we're studying being pushed back and they're getting everything. They're looking at us like we stink. They're coming over here getting bank loans, they're getting homes, they're getting businesses. All this stuff that was supposed to be for us, what we fought for. Reparations aside, think about all the other tangibles that we fought for that they're getting that we don't get.
Yeah, that's true.
And then they shit on us, man. So I'll land it right there. Hey, I love you, brother. I appreciate you. Keep up the good work, man. I'm always tuned in, bro. Yeah, and I also I shared this on Facebook, so there you go.
Appreciate you. Thank you for sharing. I appreciate that. That's really helpful. Sir. Thank you. All right. Because we got a lot of callers on the line, so we're gonna have to keep time limit. We're gonna keep things to about 3 minutes. We're gonna do 3 minutes. You know, if we get too many calls, we're gonna have to knock it down to 2 minutes. But we'll do 3 minutes. So caller from area code 845. You're on live.
Brother Afro Elite, what's good? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you loud and clear.
This is sincere love to God, man.
Oh, sincere, brother, sincere. How you doing?
Doing great, man. Hey, I'm gonna be real brief. I'm gonna keep it real brief. First of all, I just want to salute you. Wonderful job tonight, as always. You know, as per usual. I think you did a fantastic job of holding the professor accountable, while not being, you know, what I would consider disrespectful. I don't think you were disrespectful. Telling the truth and holding people accountable and calling things out as they need to be called out is not disrespectful. There is a difference. And so the way that you handled it, I can't do nothing but salute you on that. But I did want to let the family know that in the middle of this broadcast, I just got a call from Professor Small. I think did I say Professor Truth? I didn't mean to say Professor Truth, but that's what I said. But Professor Small called me in the middle of the broadcast, and we're trying to arrange things. You know, I spoke to him very briefly, but most likely he's going to be on with me and Nicey on Monday. And he says he wants to be brought to the table. He wants people to ask questions. He looked at our broadcast with me and Nicey did a couple of broadcasts, and I appreciate you shouting us out for that. We did a couple of broadcasts in a row talking about this subject, and he had an opportunity to look at it, and he said he's open to the criticism. He has been wrong before in the past. He's not above being approached, and he even feels that he went about things a little messed up, and some of the things that he said, you know, didn't come out the way that he intended them to come out, you know? So I just want to let the family know, you know, pull up, ask your questions, say what you got to say. You know what I'm saying?
What day did you say this was?
It's gonna be next Monday. Next Monday night. I don't got it the specific time locked in yet. Like I said, I just spoke to him very briefly, but I'm gonna be out of town for the next couple of days and stuff like that. So I told him I'll be back on Monday, and he said Monday works for him. Okay. So we're gonna narrow it down to a specific time, and you know, I'll update people on my social media. I'm at Sincere Love to God on all platforms.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, y'all go to his YouTube channel. Y'all already subscribe, so that way when he gets everything set up, you guys will be ready for it. This will be good. I think that'll be really good.
Yeah, and I was gonna ask you specifically, Brother Elite, if you would like to join and hop on the panel, I'll be more than happy to give you the mic so that you can you know, speak directly to the professor and ask the questions that you want to ask and bring up the contradictions that you want to bring up, so he can speak for himself. Okay. People can judge from there what they want to judge. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Yeah, I'll be there. And I appreciate you giving me the invitation and the opportunity.
Yes, sir. I'll hit you up behind the scenes, and you know, we'll work everything out.
All right, got you.
All right, peace to the family.
Peace. Thank you. All right, you see how we get stuff done when we're on code? That's how we get it done. All right, so next week let's All right, let's continue with the calls. Shout out to Sincere Love the God. He's Sincere Love the God on YouTube, and I think on all platforms, if I'm not mistaken. YouTube and Instagram, I know. Let's get to the next call. Caller from area code 424. You're on live.
What's up, Afro?
How you doing, brother?
How you doing, brother? All
I'm
right,
good.
I'm good. This is Dominique. This is Dominique. I'm Inglewood, California. I'm the SM superhero in the chat. People be seeing me in there doing my thing. I just want to say one thing before I get started. Every time I call in, I give you props because you're a young brother out here doing your thing, and I support you 100% wholeheartedly. So,
Thank you.
Good on you, brother. And so now, every time I call in, I say this. And I say this, I've called a few times before. I say this, and I mean this, and I understand about all this other stuff, but we have to learn how to weed out these people because we can't have alliances with everybody. And specifically, I'm talking about the fact that Pan-Africanism directly contradicts what FBA is all about. Because as FBA, we have the philosophy that it's black first, it's black Americans first. Okay? Pan-Africanism contradicts that because Pan-Africanism is a one-way street, which we've seen for decades now. It doesn't benefit us. It only benefits Africans, Haitians, Jamaicans, and everybody else in the so-called diaspora. So it directly contradicts what we're trying to do. So Professor Smalls, being a Pan-Africanist, he contradicts what we're trying to do in the essence of it. It doesn't even need to start. Now, I realize that he's done some work in the past and he deserves a certain amount of respect. Okay, now before I go down that road, let me say something about Tariq. One thing. I got a chance to meet Tariq twice out here in LA at the Hidden History Museum. I didn't get a chance to talk to him the way I wanted to because he was running around all over the place. I only talked to him a couple of minutes each time. But if anybody has any doubt in their mind, let me tell you something. I've been on this earth for 50 years. I'm a pretty good judge of character. And Tariq, that man means every word that he says. He's down for us, for his people. The man is for real. He means what he's saying. He is not an op. He is not an agent. So if there's anybody out there who has any doubt in their mind, get that out of your mind right now. This man is for real. And that's why he's so feared. And that's him being the most prominent figure in this movement. He's getting all the heat because he's for real with what he's saying. And trust me, I know people, I judge character very well. 50 years of experience. This man is for real. So anyway, Professor Smalls, I don't know this guy, never met him. But let me just put this out there. And I'm going to land kind of with this. Let me just put this out there. There's something they call sleeper cells. Okay? There's people who can appear to be with you and cooperating with you for years and decades and all this stuff. And then all of a sudden they come off with some crazy stuff. And you're like, well, where did that come from? Well, that was their mission the whole time. And what I think, this is just my opinion, because I've never met him. I've never met Small, but my opinion is this guy is a Democrat Party operative. And he's been around us in our movement to learn about us, to gain intelligence and all this other stuff, report back to the Democratic Party. And the Democratic Party is getting desperate because nothing they've done so far is working to get us back in the Democratic Party. So what do people do when that happens? What they do is they ramp up their rhetoric. So he said a couple of things in the past few years that are kind of borderline, but now they're getting really desperate. So he has to say something really outrageous to try and get us back into the Democrat Party. So I think he's a Democrat Party operative who's being paid by the Democrats. That's just my opinion. And they're getting really desperate, so he had to come out with something really, and it didn't work. And the guy that called a couple of calls before, saying that he wants to now come on and explain himself, no, we're not having it. Because once you do something like this, and you say this, to me, you're done. We're canceling you, you're out. Because you didn't have to say all this. This was unnecessary. So yeah, I'm going to land with that. And say hi to everybody in the chat.
Well, thank you.
And, props out to you, brother.
Thank
all right?
you, brother. Thank you.
Be one. Be one forever.
All right. We are going to have to be a little, well, it's on me. I'm going to have to be a little bit stricter with the time so we can get to everybody. Let me briefly express the story. A lot of you guys who've been subscribed know that I used to work for UPS. There was a thing where after we would have we would only have like a 5-minute break. During the 5-minute break, I came up with the idea of all of the people in our section bringing something on Friday. We would bring like some chips, some juice boxes, cookies, snacks, and stuff like that. And we would all have like a mini potluck just on Friday so we can all share and we can all get, enjoy lunch, right? Because some people wouldn't eat anything. And people blew that idea off. It was one day I did it. I came with my book bag. I had a whole bunch of snacks, chips, cookies, juice boxes, and all of that stuff. I had a little cooler, all of that stuff. And I gave it to everybody. I shared it with everybody. I said, no, I was serious about this. And they was like, okay, cool. We're going to do it next Friday. So next Friday, I bought a whole bunch of stuff. I come there. They didn't bring anything. And I said, I thought you guys knew I was serious. I thought we were going to all share. I thought we were all bringing something to the table. Everybody's like, oh, my bad. I'm sorry. I still shared what I had with everybody. And they all like, I got you next time, though. I got you next time. I said, okay, fine. Week 3, I put stuff in my bag. I got snacks and cookies and chips and all that good stuff. Week 3. But this time, I didn't put it on the table for everybody. I left it in my bag, and I put my bag away. And I wanted to see, if week 3, if anybody brings anything else. And they didn't. They didn't bring nothing else. So I said, you know what? I'm going to eat my stuff to myself. I'm going to keep my stuff to myself. Because it's not my responsibility to be feeding you guys. If you guys are not bringing anything to the team, if you're not bringing anything to the crew, if you're not bringing anything to the table, then why am I the only one putting anything for the table? The only one is putting things on the table, feeding people, spending my money to feed everybody is me. Y'all not paying me back and y'all not bringing anything for me to eat, and I'm feeding you guys. I'm buying lunch for everybody, okay? 1-2 weeks in a row. And now the 3rd week and y'all still ain't bought nothing to the table. I'm done. And this is an example for Pan-Africanism. Okay, we feeding everybody. We putting food on the table for everybody. We putting more food on the table for everybody. We keep putting food on the table for everybody. And nobody's offering to do anything. Nobody's putting food on the table for us. Nobody's contributing. Nobody's paying us back. They just come, eat, and leave. Come, eat, and leave. How much longer do you think we're going to do that till we're all like, okay, well, we're not going to put food on the table for everybody. I'm going to eat my food. Y'all make it how y'all make it. Y'all hold your own nuts. Get it how you live. But all of this, y'all eating off of me is over with. And this is what we're at today. All of this, you guys eating off of us is over with. Okay, it's over with. Let's get to the next caller. Caller from area code. Hold on. Did you call back again? Caller from area code 404. Did you just call today?
Yeah, I hung up and called back in. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I had called back in.
Okay, you got like a minute because I got to get to some. There's other people who haven't spoken at all. So what's on your mind?
No, I was gonna say this is a good topic, and I think we're handling it the correct way. I think in the past we kind of let people fester in the background or kind of play both sides, but it's getting too late for that. We got to really check people especially when you start putting allegations of agents. That's very serious, and we can't keep letting people jump back and forth. And like even when he said he's coming up to do a call next week. It's like it seems like he's done that in the past, where he's like he'll say something and then he'll say, "Oh, I didn't mean it like that." It's like when you saying stuff like people are agents and CIA, how did you slip up and say things like that? So it's like I think we got to really take stuff like this serious because like these other groups are really trying to erase us, destiny swap with us, and we can't really keep having these people that are playing both sides of the field because it exposes us. It makes us vulnerable to certain things. So I think we just have to handle it. And I know he's done some great things in the past, but that doesn't exempt you if you start to talk crazy in your later years. You could wipe everything that you've done good out with bad behavior in your later years. So I think we just have to hold the line and really check things like this because it's too late in the day. Delineation is a very needed movement right now. We really have to stick to it. And people that is not with it, we just have to keep moving and leave them behind. So,
real talk. Now, there's some things I want to say to him. I definitely got some things I got to get off my chest. But I get like how many passes? If this was the first time, I get it. But I mean, this is showing this is not no accident. This is what you be doing. So I mean, how many times are we gonna be all like, okay, another chance?
Yeah.
I appreciate that, brother. Let me get to some of these other callers.
Yep.
Thank you for that. I mean, come on now. This is why I came out stronger. Now, the first video I did years ago, live stream I did years ago, it's still up. You guys can still find it. Okay. As you see, I played it live for you guys. So y'all can still find it if you guys want to. But I was trying to be very cordial and respectful. This time, come on now. Caller from area code 312.
What gives? What it do, man?
What's going on,
Hey,
brother?
listen.
Talk to us.
I like your speech. I think you're a solid young dude, man. Well, let me say this. Them old school dudes, man, they be knowing some shit. It may take you years to see the relationship to what they say. Now, they might come off brash and sometimes disrespectful because they think they're not being heard. But if you look at nation buildings, how they build, there's always some elders at the seat of them tables, man. So don't just shoot whatever he said down out of the air where he being this, that, and another. They be knowing some things like the 96 Bulls. All them guys was 40 years old and they was running through the league. Nobody didn't think they know what the shit that they knew took them to a championship. Now he done seen some things, man. How many of y'all guys have said that you've been the government's tried to kill you? How many? How many of you know about that, man? He has. How many people he worked alongside got killed in efforts trying to build a Pan-African movement? How many can you say no about that, man? Live that life, man. Now, he gonna have suspicious eyes on Tariq because he done seen too many chess moves over the years, man. So he's not all that willing to trust everything that looks favorable coming from Tariq. I'm not saying Tariq is an operative. I'm not saying that. But by him being suspicious, there's a reason for that, man.
Okay.
There's a reason for that. But anyway, I'm gonna land it right there.
Oh, no. Hold on.
Like
Stay
I
on
said,
the
like
line, brother. Hold on. Stay on the line, brother, because I want to address some things, though. What's your name?
Steve.
Steve, okay. I assume you're calling from Chicago, right?
Yep.
All right, Steve. let me say something. Let me ask you a question because I don't want to make any assumptions. What do you think that Professor Smalls is correct about?
Far as his efforts toward Tariq or overall
Yeah,
with
as
his
far as what we've gone through last night. What do you think he's correct about?
I think by his age being what it is, and he is seen as much as he is, he really don't trust easily. And as far as it goes with Tariq, I think he don't trust Tariq, man.
You think he
don't trust him.
Okay. Do you think as somebody who, like you said, who's so experienced, do you think that he should have gone about it the way he did? Where you publicly online and you diss, I mean, you're not even sneak dissing at this point. You flat out calling somebody an agent and saying somebody's being paid.
I agree with you.
And then next thing you know, now you want to apologize and then come back and then have an interview later on. I mean, and he's done this multiple times.
I agree with you about, he could have went about it another way. He kind of came off like Kevin Samuel used to come off to the women. Kevin Samuel has some very, very insightful things to tell women, but it's just the way he came off.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? His approach that just, man, they just wanted that dude dead, man. He was like,
I get it, but getting back to Professor Small, right? There has to be some form of truth in what he said. He has to be, at least, even if you say he's not saying it right or he's going about it incorrectly, the message has to be correct. Wouldn't you agree? Because I'm not even taking the whole how he did it into consideration. But I'm saying what he said by itself, I find to be totally incorrect. Do you think that what he said was correct? Because it comes off as if you just feel like because he is an older person, he gets a pass because he's been through a lot, as if older people can't sell out. We got older sellouts.
Yeah, that's true. We got him up here. Case in point, Jesse Jackson.
Yeah, and we got people who are stuck we also have people who are stuck in their way. We got people who are stuck in their way and they can't evolve. They can't move on. So my question is, what is he correct about?
Well, I caught the tail end of it. What he's correct about, I think, as it relates to Tariq, and I stated earlier, I think he don't trust him, man. I think he got I think he's correct in that on some level, man. Because
why should Tariq not be okay? Because you said it a couple times. Why should Tariq not be trusted?
Well, I say it like this. In a general as it is with this nation, white men, the way they rule this country, they make sure that everybody is on code.
Okay.
So there's a general level of distrust for the man that's sitting next to you to the man that's sitting next to you to the man that's sitting next to you.
Okay.
So I don't know if I'm being clear. I'm trying to explain this, but
yeah,
I think,
and I agree.
Go ahead.
You shouldn't blatantly trust anybody indefinitely forever, despite their behavior.
Yeah.
But you're not saying Tariq shouldn't trust Professor Small. You're saying that Professor Small has a reason not to trust Tariq. And mind you, Professor Small is the only one we've seen go on all these interviews sneak dissing. We ain't seen Tariq say nothing disparaging about the professor, but we've seen the professor do that to Tariq. So the way I'm seeing it, if anybody should not trust anybody, it should be Tariq not trusting him. From my point of view. but you're saying that Professor Small shouldn't trust Tariq, or he has a legitimate reason not to trust Tariq. So I'm saying this. What has Tariq done that makes you feel that Professor would have a good reason not to trust him?
Well, you know what? To be honest with you, as far as that goes, you probably have to ask Professor Small exactly what he's seeing from Tariq, what Tariq has done in his eyes that's suspicious to him, that makes him more suspicious than others to him. So for that, I'll concede that point, your point with that. But I just, like I said, in general, I think he don't trust him, man. He don't trust him. He don't trust him, you know. But I'm not saying that he's right.
Let me ask you this question. Do you think we should, at this point, trust Professor Small?
I think so. And I'm not saying that facetiously. I think so because, as I stated earlier, that era where he came from, them brothers was about it, man. There's no other group that has come along for foundational Black Americans. We'll go with that. That was, man, they was on the verge of doing something, revolting this country, man.
Oh.
There's no other group that has come along, accomplished more than they did, man.
Okay, so
can you agree with that?
Okay, yeah. Shout out to that era and shout out to the people doing that. Should anybody in his age group be trusted because he comes from a certain age group?
Wait,
because
if
we're gonna bestow legitimacy on him because he comes from a certain era, and I'm not going to say he has not done great work for the community, but if we're going to bestow legitimacy on him because he comes from that era, we can't say the same thing about ourselves, as if we've not had reparations rallies, as if we've not turned the entire country up during the George Floyd uprisings, as if we've not been to city councils and crashed the entire Democratic Party. I'm asking, where is the bar? Where is the standard between you are legitimate and you're not legitimate? Why are we in this era less legitimate than him in his era?
Oh my God. No, you did, man. No, you did. That's it, man. Look, okay. Look at where we at now overall as a community compared to where we was back then. Would you say they was tighter? They had a tighter knit. They had a tighter thing going for them than what we see now, generationally. Can you honestly say that?
Yeah, there were less problems. Yeah.
No, partner. There was more problems, man. There was way more problems than we got now, man. Come on now.
No,
Let's
brother.
be real.
Because the generation that you're pedestalizing, we have to admit, that has been the generation that opened the door for all of these tethers to come in. That's been the generation that opened the floodgates and allowed the tethers to come in the community and have protected and pedestalized them. And now we have to deal with the modern day Myron Gaines and the modern day Candace Owens and Coleman Hughes and all of these other tethers.
I agree with
because they've come in and they've pedestalized them. All right.
That
was the generation. That was the generation of we're all African, and that was the generation that was actually going against Dr. Claude Anderson when Dr. Claude Anderson was saying before, because Dr. Claude Anderson and him, they're around the same generation, and Dr. Claude Anderson was pretty much standing out like a sore thumb by saying we need to delineate at that point in time. Remember, and it was and I'm not saying Professor Small was, because I don't know what he said about that, but it was that generation that was saying, no, we're all lost people and we're all lost children of Africa. So in a matter of fact, we're actually starting to move in this generation better than how that generation was moving. We're correcting the mistakes that generation made.
Let me say this. I think Professor Small and Professor Anderson went about it differently. You understand what I'm trying to say?
Okay.
You know, Professor Small was over the Department of Education. He was deep souled in the Democratic Party, and Professor Small took a different path toward liberation of our people.
Okay.
Now, as far as that tether thing concerned, I don't think they saw that far in the future where what the problems that we having with these immigrants and Caribbeans and this and that. No, I don't think they saw that far into the future when they was fighting like that this was going to be an issue later on. So for that was a short-sightedness on their part. Understand what I'm saying? But their efforts did pave the way for you and me to have the type of comfortability that we have now that they didn't have then.
And I'm not trying to discredit that, brother. I'm really not trying to discredit that. But if we're going to say that because they were short-sighted, and how long can you be short-sighted if today you're still standing by the same stance? I can give back in the day you didn't know that they were going to be like that. You didn't know that there was going to be a tether problem. But today you're still acting like you don't know. How short-sighted can you be if in today, when people are telling you we got this issue, are you refusing to acknowledge the reality of that? That's my first part. And then to my second part, I'm not trying to discredit any of the work that they've done, any of the sacrifices and achievements that they've made. But for us to say that because they made those sacrifices and achievements, and as much credit as we give them, therefore they cannot be wrong about anything, when you just admit that they are short-sighted when it came to the immigrants and immigration. So it's not like they're flawless. I'm saying it's not like they're flawless people, because your original argument was that Professor Smalls doesn't trust Tariq and we should kind of side with him or lean his way because he's more experienced than Tariq. And now you're conceding to the fact that Professor Smalls can be incorrect about something, and the people from his generation can be incorrect.
Yes, he can be incorrect about some things. I agree with you. I still stand on that. He still can be incorrect about things. Yes. But my point is that, okay, they were short-sighted. They had short-sightedness on the tether thing. This was a hit to the jaw you never saw coming. Those are the one does the greatest damage. Something coming your way that you didn't see come. Okay, fine. The government had a mishap. The U.S. government had a mishap in Vietnam. They didn't see that coming. They didn't see Vietnam whooping their butt like that, man. They thought they was going to go on that gangster.
Okay, but to advance the conversation so we can close and I can get to the other speakers, I'm saying if we give them the past that they didn't see it back in the day, fine. But I'm talking about today. He did this interview in 2025. He was sneak dissing about Pan-Africanism for the last few years. So it's not like, well, I didn't see it back then. Okay, we can give you a pass for back then, but you're still on the same type of energy today. Even though we all recognize that was the wrong move. That was a bad turn. But you're still standing on that. You're standing firm on that decision. And that's what we're saying.
His decision to do what? What exactly are you saying? That
not decision, his stance. His stance on Pan-Africanism and immigration. If you didn't see the flaws in it back then, I get that. But now you're still refusing to acknowledge the real flaws today, the harmful flaws today. And with someone who is so stuck in their way and so stubborn and cannot advance and move, you're saying that we should take his word for it because he comes from a certain generation. And I think that's a flawed way of thinking.
What I'm saying is, my dude, I'm saying don't shoot everything that he has said out of the air. That's all I'm saying, man. Okay. Don't shoot it out of the air. You dig what I'm saying? I mean, he might. Okay, I didn't hear the full interview, but what I'm saying is that generally, okay, he might have had some missteps in it, but as young older guys do, they usually proceed cautiously with people, places, and things. That's all I'm saying. And for that, and on that note, I'm gonna land this, and you continue on with the show. I love listening to you young guys. I like to see young guys on course. I love to see that, man.
Okay.
I love to see that. So you take care now. You have a nice night.
You take care. Thank you. All right.
Bye.
All right. Bye. Now, okay, he said he didn't see the whole thing. That's like a cop out. But then you're gonna say, well, he did make mistakes and he did make mishaps and all that stuff. But you first came off saying that he's this elder and we should follow what he has to say because he's been through a lot and he knows a lot. Now you're conceding that he makes mistakes. Like, no, come on now. His defense ain't looking that good because you can't even admit what you agree with him on. And it's coming off like he got something against Tariq too. He just didn't want to say it. Caller from area code 917, and I appreciate all of y'all patience. I appreciate that. 917, you got it.
How you doing, Afro Elite?
I'm good, brother.
My name is Herb. I'm from New York City, and I just want to keep this quick. Professor James Smalls. I don't know if anybody the family know that he's an advisor on the show Godfather of Harlem, and I watched the show because I wanted to see how they portrayed Malcolm and the other characters, and especially the Nation of Islam. And it's the show's so terrible, but I just wanted to let your guys know that he's an advisor of that show, and he's from New York, and he know what really went down during that era with Bumpy Jones and Malcolm and the Nation of Islam and so on, so on. And I spoke to some of the elders who were there at the time, and they also agreed that the show is trash, man. You know, it's false information. And I just want to give you guys a heads up that, you know, he is an advisor for that show, and I don't know why he's involved with that. You know, anyway, I'm going to land my plane. And also, one more thing. I have friends and relatives who have traveled to Africa, you know, different countries, and one thing they've told me that, Herb, they're not us, or as that rappers say, they're not like us. It's totally different. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said that he wrote the book, Message to the Black Man in America. You know, we, the black man and woman in America, have to unite before we get involved with anybody else in this world. And thanks for listening.
Appreciate that, brother. Appreciate you. Thank you. All right. Make sure we get to some of the other callers. I'm gonna try to get to y'all. I appreciate y'all patience. Caller from area code 310. You're on live. Caller from area code 310. All right. Well, I get it. It is late. Caller from area code 240. You're on live.
Hi, Afro. This is Sister Stephanie from Maryland. It's been a long time.
Yeah, it has been. Stephanie, how you been doing?
I've been facing some challenges, but I'm okay. I'm just gonna be very candid with you. I never heard this man. I never heard from him. But I'm just gonna say this, because I know our sister Angelic said a lot of us never heard of him, and I'm one of them who never heard of him at all. But I'm going to say this: you have to be careful who we allow people in our circle, because you'll always have that one who's going to turn their backs against us. And how you going to turn your back against someone who went out their way to help you? How would you feel if the shoe went on the other foot? They wouldn't like that at all. So all the things I heard about this person, I don't even have respect for him. I don't even know the man. But that's all I wanted to say, and that's it.
That's real talk. Real talk. The other callers talking about how well, maybe he don't trust Tariq. I'm all like, if anybody seems like they're being untrustworthy right now, it's him. Because I've not seen
Exactly.
Tariq diss him like that, and this is not the first time he did that. And Tariq has calmed the community down. He's respectfully engaged him. And Tariq has put him on several platforms, several movies. I've never seen Tariq do him wrong from what I've seen. Now, if there's something crazy going on behind the scenes, maybe I doubt it, because it's
Right.
not reflected in real. It's not reflected in public. But the only one I see
Right.
moving kind of shady in public is him.
Right. I had met Tariq twice at the DC reparation rally, and he is not an op or agent. He's the real deal. Everything he says, he speaks the truth. I always listen to his broadcast. I have learned a lot from him, you know. So whatever other people say about Tariq, forget them, because pretty much they debunk their own answer.
Yeah, for real. He's not even making sense in
But
his own diss doesn't even add up. It makes sense.
exactly. And that last caller, I don't know what the hell he was talking about. It was just too much babbling and too much trolling going on.
That's true. That last caller, it was something he didn't want to say. Like either you might have some issue with Tariq or something like that, or you might know Professor Small personally, or it's something with it. But the whole, well, we should trust him because he comes from an era. I'm like, no, that doesn't automatically
No.
make you the, not even saying trust. How many passes do we got to give you? That's what I'm saying. If it was the first time, maybe. But he's like, man, maybe he don't trust Tariq. Maybe there's a good reason. Okay, well, what do you think that is? I don't know. I didn't listen to the whole thing.
Exactly. He just debunked his own answer.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
I don't know either. But that's all I wanted to say. I'm just going to land my plane and just kept it real brief. So you have a good night.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Stephanie. I appreciate you.
And keep up the good work, too.
Thank you. I
You're
appreciate
welcome.
you. Much respect to that.
You're
All
welcome.
right.
Bye.
All right. You have a good one. Let's get to the next caller. Caller from 267. You're on live. Boy, we got a lot of calls.
Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah. How you doing, Apple? This is Curtis in Philadelphia.
Curtis, talk to us, brother. Curtis, talk to us.
Yeah. I just wanted to say, what's his name? Dr. Small. Man, he's unvoid, man. I mean, I don't understand these old guys, man. They don't know. To me, they're past that time, man. You understand? I believe he just. To me, I'm going to say it because, like I said, I'm 65 years old, so he can just ought to be my big brother. That's it. Man, he is jealous, man. He's jealous of Tyreek, man. That's all that is, man. And the Bible says jealousy is as cruel as the grave, man. You understand? And another thing, and I want to say, because this is kind of like off topic, the last lady toasted, what's her name? Violet Ford.
You're talking about Stephanie?
Away, man. No. You know the last survivor of Tulsa, Oklahoma?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, she passed away.
Yeah, I saw that, yeah.
Man. Yeah, and that's kind of sad because she kind of looks just like my two aunts, man. You know, one is 91, one is 86. And, you know, and yeah, man. Dr. Smalls, man. Like I said, these people don't know when to give up the limelight. And plus, to me, man, it looked like I never seen him do nothing for the black community. It seems like he always talking about the Africans. You understand? So a person that does something, that lives in America, that does something for the African state or for the African community, they are none void. It don't mean nothing. That means his words is going to die like everybody else, man. His words don't mean nothing because he cared more about a continent than more about where he lived at in America. So to me, man, his words is non-void, man. His words don't mean nothing to me, man. And you, brother, you keep up the good work, man. Don't let none of these old heads, don't let none of these young people come into you try to persuade you, man. You understand? You listen to an old head, brother. I'm 65 years old. Just keep up the good work, Black Alpha, man. And like I said, we got you, man. You understand? You know, and we praying for you, brother, because you got wisdom, you got knowledge, and you understand these people, man. You are doing an outstanding job, my young brother.
Thank
Okay?
you.
So keep up the good work, man. And you have a good day, okay, man?
You too. Thank you, brother. Thank you.
Okay.
I appreciate that.
All right.
I appreciate that. Like, let's be honest. None of us here, not a single one of us, was born yesterday. We know what we see. We know how people act when they're jealous, when they hating. We know what every single last one of us know what hating look like, and we know what this look like. Caller from area code 717. Caller from area code 717.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Ooh, I was just about to hang up. What's on your mind, brother?
Hey, yo, a couple of things, right? So, just for bio reference, yeah, he's from like Georgetown, South Carolina. He went to Howard High School in Georgetown. Yeah, that's where the bio said because he was born in 1945. It's unfortunate because he's the third person from the Rally for Reparations in 2022 that flipped on us. Keep in mind, like, you know, Boyce and Teslin, he pulled one of them moves. The first Boyce, then Teslin, now him. Think about it, man. That's crazy, man. And I posted something in the live thing. Wait, Buffalo, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Yeah. Yo, listen. I dropped something in the super chat where I said that if you go to his son's Instagram account, his name is Dr. Malik Small. He's a Democrat still, yo. And you know what they say that, you know, your children is a reflection of you. His son is shucking and jiving on Instagram for the Democrats. I'm not lying about that. Afro, like he got vote blue no matter who, and make sure you go support Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and all this crazy stuff. Yeah, Dr. Malik Small. You won't see him on Instagram. And if you ever get a chance, check it out, man. But when you look at it, it's going to make you cringe.
Yeah, I appreciate that, but it sounds like you're muffled, so I'm gonna have to let you go. But I appreciate that. A lot of people saying, you know, the apple don't fall far from the tree, but thank you, brother.
Yeah.
And that is a good point. Let's think about that. The first rally for reparations versus the second. The first one. How many people from the first rally made it to the second rally? I'm not even gonna go there. But we had a rally, and then in between the rally, we had the expo. Do y'all remember the FBA expo? There was a lot of people who did not make it to the expo. The next year, and then we had the rally. You know, people kind of exposing themselves. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm not even gonna go there like that. Let's get to the next caller. Caller from area code 8850.
Yeah, what's up, Afro Elite? This is last time I called in, you said you forgot to ask me my name. This Keith from Panama City.
What's on your mind, brother?
What's up? Hey, first of all, to the couple callers back there, wasn't nobody on them Bulls team that was 40 years old. That's first off.
He did say that. Yeah, he did
Second
say that.
off,
I'm all like that. Okay, he did say that.
Wasn't nobody on there. Jordan came back for the Wizards, and he was 39 years old. Then the second year is 40. But anyway, look, he said these older cats we got to listen to. There's a when you look at age doesn't quantify wisdom. It's a level of discernment. You can have somebody 100 years old and not know how to spell, or be able to tell you the difference between yellow and green. So it's a level of discernment to concern. Just because somebody old doesn't make them wise. That's first off. Second off, and third off, I'm sorry. I watched Professor Small, and one thing that stuck out with all this, why would you go to that type of platform to say what you said? Really think about that. He got some buck dancing, Timu LeVar Burton looking dude on there, hanging on his every word. And he talk about everything but something that's going on in the continental United States. So you can't tell me he didn't have an agenda. And I'm not picking sides between him or Tariq, but I'm saying you got to stop and look at that. Why would you even do that? Why would you even do that?
For an
With that,
elder
man, I'll
to,
land my plane.
that's thank you, brother. I appreciate that. Get to the next caller because I'm trying to get to as many callers as possible. We already been on here for a minute, but think about this: the person who called in, Steven, he called in and he was all like, "Well, he's an elder, so he's been around a lot, he's seen a lot, he understands." So you understand how messy a movement can get. You understand that's what was going on in the CIA's involvement between Malcolm and the Nation, and the CIA's involvement between the Black Panther Party. You know how they can sow seeds of division and how they stir the pot when it comes to a lot of stuff. So if you already know that's how the CIA and the FBI operate, why are you operating like that? Why are you being messy? If you know how messy the movement can get, why are you being so messy? You already know how that looks because you knew how it looked the first time you did it. You already know how that was going to play out because you made the same thing, the same mistake the first time. Man, you can't give people passes forever now. Come on. Caller from area code 813.
What's up, brother?
What's going on, brother?
Yeah, I'm just listening to the show, man.
Oh, you sound real low, brother.
You hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
No, I said, man, yeah, it's crazy. I'm just listening to the show, and yeah, I think it's insane. You know, of his comments that he's made towards Tariq. Yeah, his behavior is very oppish. You know, very oppish. You know, and what I don't understand about these Pan Africans is they never address these immigrants that disrespect our lineage, that try to erase our name, that try to like take everything that we built over here in the States and claim it as their own, that leech off of us. They never address these things. They just give these what's the word for it? They infantilize Africans.
Mm-hmm.
They infantilize Caribbeans, and they get a pass for their misbehavior. So, you know, honestly, I think he's more, you know, I don't want to say he's an op, but he behaves like somebody that's an op. I think Pan-Africanists are ops. And if you do the history on Pan-Africanism, it comes from the Boule class anyway, which is those people that were pushing this whole, you know, out of Africa thing and, you know, trying to, you know, convert all Black Americans to Pan-Africanism, to have a Pan-Africanist mindset. So, I mean, I just think it's weird, you know, that's what he chose to do with his energy and time instead of addressing the immigrants that's disrespecting us. You know, he chose to get on the brother Tariq. But the brother, the sister, like the sister before said, somebody that actually helped him. Somebody that actually, you know, I ain't gonna say he helped him in his career so much, but that actually, you know, put him on the documentary and stuff like that, and, you know, was being brotherly towards him. Like, how could you just diss him like that? That just don't make no sense to me. So, I mean,
I agree.
I think it's weird.
I'm gonna let you land. I'm gonna let you land so I can get to the next caller.
Okay. Yeah, I just think it's weird that he would disrespect a brother like that. I mean, he got a lot of explaining to do, and I'm here for it, brother.
Yeah. Hey. All right. I mean, real talk. Appreciate that, brother. Appreciate that. All right. You got to move on. Man, I'm gonna get to the last few callers here. I am going to get to y'all. But we ain't going to be able to be here all night long. So, nope. From now on, the people on the line, I'm going to get to y'all. But people can be calling in no more. We'll wrap it up right there. Caller from area code 312, you're on live.
Okay. You talking?
Yes, sir. Cole Chief, brother. What's on your mind? Talk to me, brother. Talk to me.
Yeah, you got my voice, huh, brother?
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah,
sir.
I already recognize it.
What's up, man? I ain't gonna lie to you, man. I am gonna take sides, man. You know what I'm saying? Because look here, I can feel it, man. The brother, it's more than just hate. See, when I say I can feel it, we can feel shit, man. You know what I'm saying? That's the rhythm. That's neural melanin, man. You know what I'm saying? We can feel things. What I can feel every time I watch Tariq, man, I know that brother's sincere, man. I honestly know, and I ain't never met the brother, but I guarantee you that brother be at the crib in pain sometimes. He be joking and shit, you know what I'm saying, and keeping the show lively and getting the message through. But all that tetherism and shit, that shit got to hurt. You dig what I'm saying? Now, as for the older brother, you know what I'm saying, the Morgan Freeman brother, you dig what I'm saying? Because I ain't got no respect for him not to joke on him. I feel like joking now at this point. You know what I'm saying? He come from the old era, man. And in that old era, they wasn't making no money. Wasn't no internet, no none of that. You dig what I'm saying? And you know me, Afro, when I started doing my little YouTube, it was juking for a minute. But when they asked me, you know what I'm saying, to do some shit that I wasn't with, I told them to get out. I told them what they could do with themselves, and they froze my account for 2 years. That hurt me. So imagine somebody that's been doing this for 40 years, not getting no money, then they see somebody younger than them that they call their brother. So he can't be nothing that he got against him because he say he like his son, but they see somebody like their son come up, millionaire, doing his thing. That's jealousy right there. You know what I'm saying? And you can't say that you got to listen to older dudes. I was just in McDonald's right now on my way from getting a coffee. Some old fools like 75 years old, man, walking up to car windows, leaning in the windows. Another hype telling him, man, what are you doing? Back up. That was younger than him. You know what I'm saying? Fools come in all ages, shapes, and sizes, and colors. You know what I'm saying? But like I told Jason, I'm gonna get out of here because I'm like everybody else. I'm gonna keep it show. But I told Jason, man, many a times, I say, man, when I ride out, you know what I'm saying? I go to a reparations meeting or any place that you know we got to go handle some business. I say, man, I understand Afro Elite is my son's age, but I fall back. You dig what I'm saying? Because I understand that you more prepared and equipped for the situations that we have been in. Now, me and you been to the hood. You know what I'm saying? We've been in other hoods. You know what I'm saying? That ain't all that beautiful. And in those situations, I step up. You got to know your place and you know your time. I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna land my plane, brother. I love all y'all. B1 dude was bogus. Tariq don't show us nothing but love, and ain't show him nothing but love. All right, brother. B1.
Thank you, brother. Like first to you too. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna be honest. Like he said, fools come in all shapes and sizes and ages. We're not gonna sit up there and be all like, well, he's an elder, so you know, you gotta understand how they do. And no, that's not cool. And it's not it's not cool. Cause we haven't. It's not like we can even say Tariq and him are being petty, and Tariq and him are going back and forth. Cause Tariq's
Oh,
not
hell
doing
no, I'm
that.
tired of that. No, he ain't. No, they always try to do that.
Yeah, caller from area code 817. Did you call in before or no?
No, sir. Well, if I did, it's been a long time. But this
I
is
meant today. You didn't
B1.
call in today.
Oh no, sir. No.
Okay, I thought.
I did.
Okay, you got it.
What's going on, Afro man? Peace to you. Peace to the chat. Peace to the B1. I mean to the FBA family. This is B1 business. Man, I've been listening to everybody, and I've been seeing all the videos and stuff. The stuff is going viral as far as Professor Smalls, and I'm just real disappointed in him. He was part of my awakening as far as dealing with the conscious community. I've probably been, dealing with all these people since 2016, and I'm not going to take up a lot of time. But around about 2016, 2017, I got turned on to Sonetta TV, and all of those cats that was over there, and so it seemed, I'm not gonna name people's names because I don't really want to give them clout like that. I don't know how you do your program as far as like saying other people's name, these podcasters or YouTubers or whatever. But I do tune into you all the time, man. You and Black Alpha, all of you new cats. I've been on Tariq and them, but You new cast, man. I really admire y'all, and I think you even because I came to the expo here in Dallas. I'm from Fort Worth. I'm in Dallas, so I'm in Fort Worth. So Dallas is just a skip and a jump for me. So I think me and you was kind of corresponding because I rented one of the tables and brought my whole family. I think you was able to bring like 5 or 6 people with you. I brought my whole family, man, and we kicked it the whole day. I sold a whole bunch of stuff, But anyway, Professor Smiles, man, he really, he hurt my feelings with this. Y'all saying something about some earlier videos where he did it before. I don't remember him actually coming out like he been coming out these last couple of videos I saw. And I was like, man, I can't believe. And then he said Tariq's name. I was like, man, what's going on, Professor Smiles? But y'all said it. That last caller, he said, man, that's jealousy, man. That old man jealous. That one dude said that, and then the other guy was talking about, you gotta the old men, you gotta respect them and this and that, man, whatever. And he talking, brother Small was talking about Tariq being an op, but he was around everybody that got smoked back in the day. You know how they said William O'Neill and all these folks was the COINTELPRO people that was, the man sitting next to the man that's getting these people knocked out. Well, Professor Small, if he gonna call somebody a CIA operative, shit, he was around Fred Hampton, Malcolm, and he was around them. He was around a bunch of them now. Afro, yeah, he was around a bunch of them. So I'm gonna land my plane with that, man. You got a great broadcast, man. I tune in all the time. Like I say, I like the one with you and the young lady, man. Y'all doing it, man. Y'all giving up a lot of information and y'all keeping us where we need to be headed. Everybody is upset about this delineation. Everybody is upset about this FBA movement. The FBA is not a movement. The delineation is the movement. And FBA is not no group. It's not none of that. Tariq is not no leader. None of that. FBA is the lineage that specifically identifies the people who built this country from scratch. Yes. And I'm a man with this. The other guy, I ain't gonna say his name, the Hebrew, he done came out. It was somebody else I was thinking about, done came out. So these people is shooting at us, and I think they just shooting just out they mad. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, man, everybody is upset about this FBA movement, but guess what? They ain't stopping shit, man. And with that, I'll land, man. I love you. Love all you, the new black media, man. Y'all keep doing your thing, man. And we got y'all back. Like the other elder said, the 60-something-year-old guy said, man, we got y'all back, man. We riding with you. So even if you don't see us all, if you can't get to us all, you don't hear all of us, you don't read all the messages or whatever, we got y'all back, man, and we riding.
Appreciate that. Thank you, brother. Thank you. I appreciate that. Real talk. Just got to make sure I get to as many callers as possible. Okay. And I will add this. In the last video that we played, it was Professor Small, not the Tether. Keep in mind, it was Professor Small, not the Tether, who brought Tariq's name up. Professor Small was the one who brought Tariq's name up multiple times, not the Tether. Okay? Just keep that in mind. All right? Just keep that in mind. Caller from area code, what's the number? 571.
Hi, my name is Shakir. I'm calling from Arlington, Virginia. Pan-Africanism is dead. Okay, I get it. That must mean that Americanism is alive because you can call yourself foundational black Americans. Okay. Well, then that means you're going to have to balance your ethnic identity with your civic identity. Now, Ilhan Omar, she's getting ready to catch hell because she hasn't been able to do that. Her constituency in the 5th Ward is basically those Arabs that put her in office. Now that they're being deported, she doesn't have any currency with the greater FBA community, and she doesn't have any currency really with the Democrats because she can't have two allegiances. Mm-hmm. She's to Somalia and to the United States. So now we, too, have to look at her as a lesson. Now, Chuck Schumer and the Jews, right, they have money. so they can balance their ethnic identity, even though their first allegiance may be with Israel, with their civic identity to America, because they got AIPAC and they have money. The question for FBA is this: okay, that's our ethnic identity. We'll unite together, right? But we don't want to end up like Ilhan Omar. We have to find something to make us valuable, to contribute to our civic identity, our Americanism, to make us valuable to the greater whole. Because right now, the way it seems, they got to put us in a uniform, a prison uniform or a military uniform.
Yeah, I'm going to let you land your plane. I'm going to let you land your plane, brother. So we can get to the next speaker.
But that's it. I mean, how are we going to balance our ethnic identity and our civic identity? I mean, what's the plan for that?
I mean, we've always done that. I mean, we've gotten where we have. We've gotten where we are now because we've always done that. This is not like a new thing. We're just now recognizing that. We've always done that. We have value. I mean, we are citizens. We are the citizens. We are America. So, yeah, we have value. But thank you for your question, though.
Oh.
All right. You have a good...
Hey, bro.
Caller from area code 971.
Yeah, this is Jacoby from Portland, Oregon. How you doing, Afro?
I'm good, brother. I'm good. Talk to us.
Yeah, man. I wasn't gonna say nothing. I had to sit there and process for 2 days. And there's two things that come to mind. Either A, he's in Ghana, right? And he has his hotel. Either A, they made him put him up to that because he has the business in Ghana, and he knows that Tariq put him on. Tariq put James Smalls on. And without Tariq making Hidden Colors, I wouldn't know who James Smalls was, Professor James Smalls.
Mm-hmm.
So ever since he's been in Africa, he's kind of changed. And I'm not sure if he's been put up to that or persuaded. Second, if that's not the case, like the other brother said a while back, jealousy, because he's not the leader of the movement. And FBA is not a leader, it's a lineage. And maybe that's his issue. Like, man, I got all these credentials, I got all this stuff, and this man, and he's taking it personal. So right now, Professor James Smalls, this is social media court for you. And you're going to have to explain yourself. Are you in trouble? If you're in trouble, brother, come back home. But if you're not, this is a great disappointment, and consequences need to be addressed. And if that is the case, then Tariq should, I know it's going to cost a lot of money, go back and do a second edition of all his Hidden Colors and remove all of the traitors out of his documentaries. So we're not going through this shit anymore. We shouldn't have to go through all this. We shouldn't have to.
Mm-hmm.
And he knows what's happening in Chicago and everything. And to sit there and take that type of stance, brother, you are totally tone deaf and have lost your way. And for that, I'll land my plane.
That's true. That's true. For whatever reason, we're seeing the switch up. We're seeing it, and it's real bad. It is real bad. The switch up is real bad. And it's gotten to a point where we can't ignore it anymore. Because now he's hurting the movement. Now, whatever maybe personal issue he got with Tariq is now hurting the movement. Call it from area code 9909.
Brother Afro. How's it going, brother?
Good, brother. How you doing?
All right, man. Hey, look, yeah. I'm going to be brief. Yeah, so basically, one of the callers came in and said that Smalls don't trust Tariq and all that. And basically my response to that is that the father of Black American Revolution, the father of Black empowerment, died on his watch, and that was Malcolm. You see? So he's the one that shouldn't be trusted.
Malcolm died on his watch. And as you said, he knows better. He's seen, this is not his first rodeo. He's seen this type of stuff before. He knows what COINTELPRO is all about. And he's utilizing COINTELPRO tactics against our brother.
Mm.
And he's suspect. Pan-Africanism, we have nothing to show for it. I was in the movement back in the day against the P.W. Botha regime and the F.W. de Klerk regime in the anti-apartheid movement in South Africa. Sat in the churches, protested, all of that stuff. We got nothing to show for that, brother. You know, we've always loved Africa and always basically bared our soul when it came to standing up for our brothers and sisters in Africa. But a new day is done. You know, we've been stabbed in the back. Mm-hmm. We've been disrespected. And it's a new day. We can no longer, Pan-Africanism is a liability. Pan-Africanism is anti-Black American. And the FBA movement is in the right direction. You know, delineation is the right choice. And as one of the brothers said on one of the previous callers said that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, he told us that we had to get our act together as a people before we could go out and move out throughout the earth and unite other Africans, you know. Mm-hmm. And that was the whole thing. That's what, when you look at the Final Call newspaper, on the back of the Final Call newspaper, it says what
I'm gonna let you land. I'm gonna let you land so I can get to last speakers.
Right. It basically just says what we want, and we wanted some of this earth and property, justice, freedom, and equality for foundational Black Americans. That's what it was all about. In addition to that, I'm gonna land my plane real quick. You know, the direction that the new brothers in the movement, such as yourself and Brother Black Alpha and all the other brothers, y'all headed in the right direction, brother. Mm-hmm. You know, and reparations is definitely our priority now.
Yes, sir.
Because we cannot afford to carry people that don't really want to be associated with us and haven't done anything to reciprocate, you know, our brother. Basically.
Yep.
The whole deal, bro. So that's all I wanted to say. And peace and Black power to my brothers and sisters. And, you know, we're going to make it.
Yes, sir.
We're
yes, indeed.
Ahead.
Thank
peace.
you very much, brother. All right. Caller from area code 617. Caller from area code 17.
Hello.
No, you almost missed it. What's on your mind? And I hear myself in the background. Yeah.
Hello.
No, you almost missed it. What's on your mind? And I hear myself in the background.
How you doing?
Can you hear me? But outside of the
yes,
TV?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, can you turn the TV off or the laptop off?
Okay, let me turn it off. Okay, I turned you off.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for having me. I just want to say that, first of all, Black people have been on the earth for 75 million years. There's no other race who has been on the planet for 75 million years but us. So I know people want to say they're Indians, they're this, but there's no other race whose history tops us. Europeans only been on the planet for 6,000 years. So the oldest bones archaeologists found was in Ethiopia, dated 75 million years. So I don't know how anyone can say we're this, we're that. Yes, since then have intermarriage with other people.
Okay.
But our birth record is there and stands firm.
Okay, thank you.
And so I want to say that. And so, and then people come on the show and they're always given information without documentation. So people can come on here and say this and that, but they need to give the source of their information.
Real talk. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. That's real talk deep. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right.
Hello?
Caller from area code 619.
Hello?
Yeah, you're on live.
All I want to say is Professor Smalls is out of pocket. And most of these Africans that I meet, I'm from Southern California, they're not on the same page we are. The Mexicans, they don't do the same thing that Africans do. When the Mexicans cross that border and get with other Mexicans, they don't try to hate them or bring them down. But it seems to me like the Africans come over here and try to bring us down, and that just doesn't make no sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
They copy our style. You see them with Jordans on or whatever, and they at the same time hating on us.
Mm.
And that's a clear out of pocket thinking when you got Jordans on, you got your little hair done, you got your braids, you're looking like the brothers, you're rapping and doing them type of things, but you're hating on us at the same time. And all I'm saying, I'm gonna land my plane like everybody been saying. When I see these Mexicans coming over across that border, they help their other Mexican brethren. The Africans come over here, and now we got a problem. It doesn't make no sense. So I land my plane, brother. Keep doing that good work, and I'm out of here.
Yeah, real talk. Real talk. Appreciate that, brother. Appreciate that. Notice, too, when the tethers are over here doing what they doing, notice we're the only people that they try to flex on. They don't try to flex on Hispanics, Asians, white folk, or even other Africans. The only people they're concerned about doing quote unquote better than or looking better than is us. Oh, we come over here and we get this and we get that and we get education and we get businesses and we get opportunities. We're doing better than you guys. We're better than you. There's this rivalry, one-sided rivalry with us and us alone. Just notice that. They don't do that with nobody else. So it's not out of a lack of education or knowledge of history. It's not. Caller from area code 608. You're on live.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. How you doing?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm doing really good, and I seen the whole thing with that Smalls guy, and and I'm just gonna say this, and I think all of them are ops. All of the HBCU, Boule, the sororities and fraternities. It is something that is being revealed that all of these educated people, they are against foundational Black Americans. And I don't know if they've been, what they learned, in college or anything like that, because if you notice, like Roland Martin and, all of them are against FBAs all of a sudden.
Mm.
They never paid us no attention before, right?
That's true. We were irrelevant. We were Russian bots, and we were a fringe group of people online who couldn't get anything done. That's what they were saying.
I'm just saying. Shit, I'm 63 years old. I ain't never seen no Pan-African come around the hood. I've been in the NAACP and all of them. And even the NAACP crashing out for immigrants and LGBT all of a sudden after we done made them rich. And the Democrats, too. We need to just watch, because it's some really nefarious, deep shit that's going on.
Mm-hmm.
And we are really rocking the boat. With that, I'll land my plane, like y'all say.
Appreciate it. Thank you, sister. Thank you very much for that. Let's talk. I mean, it's gotten to a point where a lot of these people with degrees and from HBCUs, all of these people is becoming a thing where 9 times out of 10 they're in opposition of the movement. They're going along with the establishment, We keep seeing the pattern coming out of the same people who are educated. We keep seeing that. Caller from area code 718.
Yes, I am 80 years old. I am a foundational Black American, and I love you, and I'm very proud of our youth. And I just want to tell you that I have written a manuscript. It's in the Library of Congress, but I have to do book two. And I talk about this since 1979. And I wrote one to help this guy I have a poem called Foreign Black Eyes and how they block us. And so what my friend, she said, Deborah, this is today. I said, I know. I said, but maybe I was meant. I sat in the room and went to all of these conferences with James Smalls in it. I never liked him. It's just something. If you're a spiritual person, you'll feel it. And all these events, you had to stand on line like it's a Apollo Theater for hours and pay a lot of money. So I was prepared for that meeting, and I went in there with the councils of the elders, and I read a document that I wrote called Leadership of Disillusionment. Because we're not going nowhere. We're not doing nothing. We just hash and turn over the toast and look at one side for another, and we are not achieving anything. And all this money is going in, and everybody's paying the highest price, $5 for a little bottle of water, one of the smallest bottles. It's all about capitalism and everything. And yes, they never have an agenda to move forward. It's just like you hash brown and going over this. It's just a point where it's like church. It's you are being what you call drugged. It's late for me, but I'm telling you. And the last conversation you had, you said, I don't know where this is coming from. I don't know where this woman is. And I'm going to give you a little feedback and say nothing else. They've been conducting psychological warfare with us. What do you think I was doing? Now, you'll go back in the pages and you'll remember you said, I don't even know who she is. You said, that's deep. And I don't even know where it's coming from. I said, maybe because I fly below the radar, but I'm known. And I've been deep in the roots, and I'm telling you, we have done nothing. And the only time that I ever had anything to do with any African is to trade money and get insulted. And that's the truth. That's the ritual. They take your money. I went into one store, and I was making friends with an African woman in the store. And the man said, don't shake hands with her. That's the hands that they wipe their asses with. This is what we're going through. And then another store, a Livingston, where I went to have something created, and the man couldn't do it right because he could only do his African thing. And then he waited and helped. My friend couldn't wait with me, so she left. And the store was empty, the man insulted me. And don't think I don't carry that anger to the day. And I look at him, but this is what we're going through. So we're heading in the right direction. I have everything documented, and it's in the Library of Congress. Yes. And that man there, I always felt something about them and all of them. And this hazing and the sororities and fraternities and stuff like that is how much will you go through to belong? And when you go through all of that abuse, they know that you will do anything to hold your position. So it was all about personalities. You could give us truth in all the ways you want. Where are we going with it? What are we doing? It's the same thing with the church. Where are we going with it?
I appreciate
you have it right. So just look at even some of the big things. Say, where are we going with? We were promised land and everything, that we were going to do this and do that. The only thing we did was give up our money.
You're right.
And with that, I left. And I love you.
Thank
you. So now you know who I am. And how deep I can get. I'm deeper than that.
I see. You was getting deep. You was cooking. I appreciate you. Thank you so very much for that. Much love to
Take
you. Have a
care
good one.
and
Thank you.
stay anointed, my son.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, indeed. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Let me get to the last couple callers. We can take a couple more. I appreciate y'all patience. Caller from area code 612. You're on live.
Hey, how's it going, Afro? I'm going to be brief. So what I notice is I see Black immigrants, Africans, and Caribbeans of all nationalities calling themselves first or second generation Black Americans only proves what we've been saying for decades. Black immigrants want to wedge, leech, and tether themselves to our culture because they view our culture as more prestigious, more superior, more vibrant, more accomplished, and make up for their own cultural shortcomings. So they try to force themselves into like a distinct lineage that really has nothing to do with them. They spend so much time trying to co-opt, steal, and revise their history to make themselves feel important, significant, or relevant. They don't have any pride or dignity in their own indigenous cultures, Black immigrants, because if they did, then it wouldn't obsess over Black Americans, calling themselves African, Caribbean, or try to make constant attempts to distort our cultural identity to make themselves fit, so they indulge and tether themselves to our cultural identity constantly while simultaneously making consistent efforts to manipulate our history to create like these fictitious narratives where they didn't exist. So they want access to like the relevance, the significance, the importance, and the social cultural capital that Black Americans have, and they want the hyper visibility, the birthright that Black Americans have. So the same thing applies to like Mexicans and Latinos trying to invent systems of codified racism comparable to Jim Crow called like Juan Crow and how they're marginalized in civilized history. The same thing Mexicans and other Latinos are doing are similar in reasoning to what Africans and Caribbeans are doing. So they want to have the cultural relevance and have no cohesive identity or accomplishments which can yield them any social, cultural, political capital that they can stand alone in with confidence. So it's why they take pride in culturally scavenging from Black Americans with subcultures like Pachuco culture, Zuzu culture, oldies, latching themselves onto a culture that's more uniquely vibrant, undeniably special, and more accomplished, a cultural charisma that they don't have. So the best they can do is try to proclaim some level of influence over our unique cultural charisma to try to bolster their own self-esteem. So their cultures are stagnant and lack innovation. So they're culturally complacent and unaccomplished. So the best they can do is argue for like an attachment to our cultural elements and make weak attempts to co-opt them. So Mexicans and Latinos, don't have the capacity to innovate and evolve their own cultural elements. So we can stand alone with confidence and confirmation about our cultural accomplishments and innovation. The rest of the Black diaspora, can't say the same, and Latinos can't say the same. So the same applies with Asians, right? Koreans, especially the entire genre of K-pop, is purely based off of copying, stealing, co-opting, imitating, and cosplaying every single aspect of Black American culture. So they use our culture, Black American culture, to achieve success, status, wealth, and value, not their own unique cultural elements specific to Koreans, right? Because they don't have any cultural accomplishments or relevance which they can pull from. This also explains why ethno-racial animosity against Black Americans delineating, because if we create distinct barriers about our lineage, history, and cultural characteristics, that eliminates the possibility of outsiders co-opting our grievances, history, and cultural traits that are unique to us. So it prevents them from parasitizing off our cultural and social capital even further, and leeching off of leeching off of our political movements. Our moments specific to us. And I'll land my plane there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Hey, and this is the thing. This is why we're saying that they could not have done this, and they can't be doing this accidentally. They can't be moving how you said, okay? They can't be doing all of this for so long. So many of them are doing this for such a long, consistent period of time accidentally. Because they lack history. They lack the knowledge. No, this means based off of the fact that they are tethering and they are finding different ways to adapt and manipulate and cosplay and undermine, means that they have to be doing it with intent, means that they know what they're doing and they intend on doing it. So thank you for that. Boy, he just he had to write that down. I'm sure he had a whole book and he was turning the pages with that. He was all like, let me get this off. He had a couple pages he was writing down and he was going. I was like, all right. He was ready for it too. Okay. We'll get to the last couple callers. There's a couple of things I gotta say, but we've been on here for a good couple hours, to be honest. Caller from area code 292.
Yeah, Afro Elite.
Oh, brother, what's going on? This is Black Vanguard, right?
No, this is Zelle from New York City.
Oh, okay. I thought I heard your voice differently.
Okay. All right, brother. I'm gonna ask you one question. It's about the potluck. Did your coworkers ask you for? Did they ask you why you didn't bring the goods, your food, on the third week? It's a lesson.
Nope. They didn't say anything about it. I didn't say anything. They didn't say anything about it.
All right. The lesson was they knew. Just like Professor Smalls, he knew he was wrong. He was dead wrong. He didn't insult Tariq. He just didn't insult Tariq. He insulted all of us, FBA. We put blood, our ancestors put blood on the soil.
Mm-hmm.
That, and in Africans, they can never replace that. They can never put their blood in the soil because it's already built.
Mm-hmm.
This land was built on the blood of our ancestors, not theirs. So they don't have a history, they don't have a past here in this country. So with that, I'll land my plane. Be one, brother.
Black first, brother. And the thing is that you want to be a Pan-Africanist, but the professor, you not sitting up there and getting them in line. All of his anger is towards us. The only people he is calling CIA agents and COINTELPRO agents and making these disparaging comments about are us. Now, you admit that they're a problem, but you can excuse them because they got to stay here for a green card. They got to go along to get along for a green card. We're the real problem, though. I ain't going for that. Caller from area code 469.
Hey, what's up, Afro?
What's going on, brother?
He's projecting, man. When you ever hear somebody call you an agent, they're projecting. You got to realize that I'm not surprised by this, and I know a lot of people are surprised, but I'm not. A lot of those civil rights so-called leaders or professors or doctors in front of their names, those guys was already bought and sold by the government years ago, 40 years ago, 50 years ago. Malcolm X and Martin Luther King had so many agents around them that they didn't even know that was on the payroll of the government. So Smalls, I'm not surprised by him. This is Judas behavior. So what he's doing is what he's always done. You just don't wake up in 2025 and start doing this. This is something he's been doing, and I want the young people and I want people to understand that what we used to say back in the day, keep your enemies close. And I know Tariq is not dumb.
Mm-hmm.
Tariq knows what's going on with this dude. And so eventually he'll put him on that coon train and start roasting this dude, because it's about time that Tariq give him a good roast. But I do know that Smalls, he's not dumb. He's just what he's been doing. And people, we got to be careful. And he's playing a dangerous game. He's definitely a Democrat shield, and he's been working for the government. And so, I want young people to know that that's what these old guys did to Malcolm. That's what they did to Martin Luther King. They got in there with him, and they set him up. So Tariq is not dumb, and Tariq, he knows what's going on. So we don't have to worry about Tariq now. He's a smart guy. Be one.
Like first, brother. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Yeah, Tariq's been through this before. Tariq's been through ops before, and he's handled them. I'm going to get to this last call, and then we'll wrap it up here. Caller from area code 646.
Yeah, Pete, how you doing, Afro Elite? My name is Brother Reggie. So I'm a long-time fan of Professor Smalls, over 40 years. I met him when he was 39 years old, right? I met Dr. Clark when he was 70, Dr. Ben when he was about 64, and Dr. Leonard Jeffries when he was about 44, 45. Okay, so here's my deal with you. Right, so I just want as much time as you gave everybody else, and at the end of that time, you can end the call, right, with me. Fine. This particular point, right, the FBA has no legislative legal reparations victory. None. Just talk. No office holders, council boards, or commissions led by FBA representatives. don't even have a commission for FBA. Measurable economic health or social advances, none of that. All you have is endless radical point. That's all you have. You hide, right? Millie Fuller's On Code. Millie Fuller's On Code talks about everything that you think, everything you say has to be about against global white supremacy. Showing is you're contributing to global white supremacy by being divisive. There is only about 12, 16 million African Caribbean immigrants in the United States, but there are 67 million Latinos eating our food. But you got to say about them, the program. We've never had a written plan. Everybody, FBA comes on and talks. It's not an organization. You don't have a plan, right? So now, I want to thank you for 61,000 views plus the 1,000 views that you got, right? By putting up, because you people don't think, so you put up FBA is CIA. So now the whole world is looking at that. I want to thank you because, see, that's why I know you don't think.
Are you the person,
Put it up
you're the dude who made the interview with Professor Small?
No. I'm Brother Reggie. I'm from New York
that's your
City.
brother Reggie. Oh, so where are you from? Where are your people from?
I'm from New York City. I'm a contact of Professor Small, Dr. Jeffries, Dr.
No,
John
answer
Clark.
the question. Answer the question. I've been listening. You went on a rant over time, but you went on a rant. So let me ask you this question: where are your people from?
Oh, Newport News, Virginia.
No,
I was born in
where's your
65.
family? Where's your family lineage from?
Newport News in North Carolina, sir. Where's yours?
So you are a descendant of American chattel slavery, right?
I'm a descendant of American chattel slavery. That's correct.
Okay, on both sides, correct?
On both sides, sir.
Okay, all right. So let me ask you this question.
That's all.
I'm not even going to argue. Audience, I want y'all to listen to this. You
I
said,
wanna talk to you.
hold on. You've been talking. You said that what we're doing is wrong. We got it wrong. We got it messed up. Okay. What should we be doing? Give us the plan. Give us the solution. Give us something that we should be doing that we haven't done before. Okay? Because that Pan-African stuff, we've done that before, and we see that that's not getting us there. So tell us because if all we're doing is spewing rhetoric, tell us what we should be doing.
Okay, so on reparations, y'all people know the law, right? If there can be no local reparations, city, state, or federal government, or county reparations given to any program, any policy, any proposal that talks about ancestry, right? And black. That causes what you call scrutiny. So any government trying to do that is already outside of the law, and they have to defend itself.
You're
so
lying.
What we have to do.
You're either a ignorant dumb ass. You're stupid as hell. You're a dumb ass, or you're a liar. Okay, because it's already been done. No. That dumb shit. That dumb. Stop. That's already been done. You dumbass. You stupid ass. That's already been done. It's already been done several times in America with your dumb ass.
Right. Check this out. You don't know what strict scrutiny is. Right?
It's already been done. You're saying it can't happen, and it's already been done in this country multiple times with different groups of people.
No. Happened with harm-based. But you don't know that.
No, people have gotten no, you tether dude. I don't believe you're a FBA. First off, I don't believe you. Okay, if Reggie is your buddy, I don't believe you. No, people. No, I don't believe that either. At this point, I don't believe anything you're saying at all. I don't believe nothing you're saying whatsoever. Because he kept referring to FBA as you people. He kept referring to FBA as you people. You people. He distanced himself from FBA. Now he's claiming that he's FBA. I don't believe he's FBA at all. It's already been done. Oh, you
No,
can't get
I'm not
anything off of
FBA.
ancestry.
No,
That's how
I'm not
reparations has
foundational. I'm
always
a
been
real
dispersed.
black
It's
African
always been
American.
dispersed based off ancestry. I want y'all to
I
listen.
wasn't
Now
saying
he's
nothing.
crashing out.
No, I'm not crashing out, sir. You interrupted me. You didn't
No,
interrupt
I was
nobody
speaking.
else.
I
When
let you go on a whole long rant. I let you go on a long rant, and you were saying we don't know what we're doing. We don't know what we're doing. I said, what do we do? And then you did not give a solution.
You've never
You
been
didn't
in
give
federal
what we should
court.
be doing.
You've never been in state court. I don't know who your real name is. You're an imposter. And you know what?
I'm an
You're making
imposter.
the case that
Who am I? You saying I'm an imposter? Who am I posing as? Who am I posing as? To be an imposter, you got to be posing as somebody. Who am I posing as?
Afro elite.
I'm posing as Afro elite. So I'm not really Afro elite then. I'm posing as Afro elite, right?
Okay, what's your real name?
What's
your
my
real
real
name?
well,
See, you
everybody
got
here
both
knows that my everybody here
name.
knows that my real name is not Afro elite. Everybody knows that. But you're saying I'm
So I
posing
can
as
Google
Afro elite. I would only be
So what I-
posing. Hold on, I would only be posing as Afro elite if I actually tried to convince people that my government name was Afro elite. Everybody knows that
No,
that's
you're
not
doing it. Okay, let's just move past that, right? Okay, so you hijacked FBA, right? You hijacked that from Native Black Americans. You hijacked that from Claude Anderson.
I didn't hijack anything. I didn't hijack anything.
Yeah, you hijacked it from Claude Anderson.
Do you know what the word hijack means?
Yes.
What does it mean?
You stole it. You framed it.
No, we didn't steal anything from Dr. Claude Anderson. Dr. Claude Anderson already knows about FBA, and he is in support of the movement. And Dr. Claude Anderson came up with Native Black American, and we gave that an update in a more solid term. That's not a hijacking.
But where is your receipts for what you did? Receipts. But what I do see is you grifted. I see that most of you people are putting Cash App dollars in your pocket for shows that you give no information on. You start your lineage. When is your lineage? You say you're descendants of Africans that were brought over here. That's when you start. You're not an FBA. The last FBA, Foundational Black America, connected to slavery, died years ago. So you're a descendant of Foundational Black Americans. You didn't do any of the work. You brand new.
No, I'm not a descendant of Foundational Black Americans. I am a Foundational Black American. The lineage still continued. The lineage survived past slavery. We're not descendants of that. We're not saying we were former slaves. We are descendants of that. We recognize that. But the lineage survived slavery, so we are foundational. Dude, okay. All right.
No, you're not foundational. The people that work, that suffered and died,
it's the same people. We're the lineage survived past that. It's the same people.
Let me Google your names. Let me see what comes up in the newspapers. Let me see what comes up in the funerals.
I want y'all audience, I want y'all to listen to this. I want y'all to listen to this. If that's the case, then technically nobody alive today, listen, hold on, listen, dude. Technically nobody alive today would be a native. If that's the case. If we're just descendants of those people and we're not really those people, nobody alive today is indigenous anywhere. Nobody alive today is native anywhere. You're just a descendant of an indigenous person. You're a descendant of a native person. Do you see that logic? Do you see how he's not being consistent with his own logic?
Because they said this. You are saying that you are the people that created Black America. You're not. You're the descendants of them. You ain't been to rallies. No, what rallies have you been to? What do you listen?
What rallies have I been to? Do you know who you're talking to?
2001, I did the first. I was a part of the first reparations hearing in 2001 with Deirdre Palmer Farmer, who did the first reparations.
Well, I mean, if you've been in the reparations movement, no wonder we ain't got reparations. The way you talking like an op. So no wonder we don't have reparations because you've been in the movement. Okay, now we need to get you out the movement in order for us to get reparations. You've been the reason we've been held up.
What I did was argue for local reparations because we couldn't get any federal reparations.
You've argued for what reparations? You've argued for what? You've argued for what?
Oh, local reparations, city, state reparations.
You've argued for local reparations.
Black City Plan. Yeah, local reparations. You don't know what local
No,
reparations
no,
is?
I'm
That's
saying
what it
because you
is.
made the argument that we couldn't get reparations based off of ancestry. And reparations coming from the government, because local would still be the government, wouldn't be
There's a
done based off of
former case.
ancestry.
The father said a harm to your ancestors is not a harm to you.
It
So
is.
we
Yes, it
cannot
is.
get
Yes, it
reparations
is.
to
Yes,
ancestors.
it is. And America recognizes that and has given
Give me a case
reparations
law.
before.
Give me a case law. Give me case law.
Give you a case
Give me
law?
case law.
I want your dumb
Give me
ass.
case
I
law.
want you listen. You dumb, stupid ass
I'm
tether.
saying nothing. You just arguing
You
against me.
stupid.
You got no
You see
facts.
this stupid tether? Okay, you see him?
You're calling me stupid.
He
I'm
is
not
stupid.
going to disrespect you.
You are
I don't have to
disrespecting.
disrespect
I'm saying,
Right?
look, okay, if stupid is offensive, let me not call you stupid, okay? You're just a little slow.
Yeah, you should call me stupid.
You're a little slow. You are slow. You're slow and you're lying. Okay, you're a liar. I'm not gonna call you out your name. I'm just gonna call you a slow liar. How about that? Is that okay?
Afro, give me your best, because you're not the best. You can't give me
I
no
am the
case
best.
law.
Oh, don't do that. Don't do that.
Legislative legal of reparations. You can't give me no office holder, anybody on a committee of reparations that's FBA.
Well, goodbye. We're done with that. That's enough. That's enough, y'all. That's enough. That's enough. Boy. Shout out to all of the callers. I will catch you guys. Yeah, that was enough. That was an interesting final call, I will say. Appreciate y'all for calling. Appreciate y'all. Boy. Y'all hear that? That's enough. You FBAs, y'all not doing anything. Y'all not doing anything. I've been a part of the reparations movement from 2001. Well, no wonder we don't have no reparations. Reparations now is being taken more seriously than it ever has been. And it's because of Tethers. I don't think he's FBA, not the way he was talking about FBA. It's because of folks like you. You've been in the reparations movement for over 2 decades now, going on 30 years. Going on 30 years. And we're closer in the last few years by being FBA and delineating, by acknowledging being FBA and delineating than we ever were with you. So you just proved us right. You just validated our point and proved us correct. Dumbass. I'm going to call him that. I didn't insult you. Yes, you did. You insulted me by picking up the phone and calling my number. You insulted me and disrespected me by picking up your phone and calling this number. You didn't only insult me, you insulted all of the people here listening in this chat. Everybody here is insulted. Everybody here is offended by you. Everybody. You insulted all of us. How dare you? Shame on you. Let me get to the last couple of super chats real quick. Let me get to that. Okay. Shout out to, I think, Nikia says, Flex is only respected, dude. It's been a shame. He has. Tariq has only respected him. Cannot be said. Appreciate the super sticker. Thank you very much. Tell it like it is. He says, Dr. Smalls is mad because him and his daishiki is phased out. And that's true. It's all phased out. It's over with. It's gone. Terrence says, reparations for descendant of chattel slavery here in American specific to foundational Black American freedmen. Rest in peace, Viola Fletcher, who is the now ancestor who survived the Tulsa, Oklahoma massacre. She was 111 years old. All right. And then Marcus says the FBA movement is hurting his Back to Africa tour money. Good point. So he's out here acting like a poke. He's out here acting like a poke. Yeah, I said it. To save his pockets, respectfully. Let's be honest. He admitted he makes a lot of money with that back to Africa thing, with the we're visiting the motherland and you're gonna get connected to your real family. He makes a lot of money with that. There's a lot of money to be made. But now that we're saying, hey, our family is here, and we gotta lock in, we gotta stump our feet and dig our feet into the ground here and get work done here. Ain't nobody really trying to go buy no house and property over there. We got stuff here to do. Rita says, My cousin attended a virtual national reparations meeting October 11, 2024. Professor Small was for flat blackness and reparations for all. I'm gonna have to check that out. That's interesting. Yeah, I said he's been off. He's been off. Alpha Male Pimp, he says FBA all day. FBA to you, brother. Thank you very much for that. Marcus says same immigrants that use us that use as agents here against FBA are the same ones they use in Africa against their own people. The tether is a pedigree. Yeah, that's true. And they recognize that, and you know that. My brother Bruce says that man is another know-it-all, do-nothing elder. They left Gen X and Gen Y for the wolves during the 1990s. Let's be honest, a lot of these elders, they act like they deserve so much respect. Look, come on, we're going to tell the truth tonight. Okay, Dr. Malik Small, he says, who is Professor Small's son, is shucking and jiving for the Democrats in the DNC. I'm going to look into that. I know you called in and you said that, but I'm going to look into that because that is kind of telling. Zay Vegrat, I'm going to say Zay, because I don't know how to pronounce it. Let them talk. Excellent broadcast, Afro Elite. Peace, FBA family. Peace to you. Thank you very much for that. Let's get to tell it like it is. FBA built the American dream, and freeloading tethers got into it. Egregious, like our sister Zizi says. Yeah, it is. Egregious. Egregious, outrageous, and everything in between. Okay? David says, salute Afro and all my FBA family. FBA all day. It's us or nothing. It is. And we know it is, and we not apologizing for that. TS 175 sends a couple of super stickers. I appreciate that. Or he sends a super sticker, then he sends another one and says, that dude is sassy and zesty. A lot of them are. A lot of these tethers. Friedman Fortified says CARICOM worked with the CIA to invade Grenada. Okay, I'm going to look into that too. And notice when it comes to CARICOM and all of this other stuff, we don't be stopping what they got going on or trying to tether on to what they got going on and get in their way or stop anything. I want to give you guys a huge shout out for the super chats. I was about to say stickers. Super chats, thank you very much for that. The cash apps, thank you, Junie, Brandon, Otis, John, Maddie, and hold on. Angelina. Shout out to every single last one of you all. I appreciate every single last one of y'all. Another round of applause for every single last one of y'all. Thank y'all so very much. Thank you. All right. Family, we've been on here for 4.5 hours. 4.5 hours, man. But this has been a good one. This has been a good one, but we had a lot of stuff we had to cover. And I love opening up the phone lines. That was a crazy last call, too. Crazy last call. Also, I want to thank you guys because For the Culture has officially reached over 10. Let me add that right there. All right. The For the Culture channel has officially reached over 10,000 subscribers. All right. This day, okay, the 24th of November, 2025, the For the Culture channel has reached over 10,000 subscribers. I appreciate you all so very much for that. All right. So I thank you guys for that so very much, deeply in my heart. And I want to know what you guys think about not only the callers. What do you guys think about Professor Smalls? What do you guys think about his clinging to Pan-Africanism? Why do you think he's doing it? What do you think us as the community should do with him and other Pan-Africanists who refuse to let go, refuse to move on, so much so that they're starting to get in the way and pull us back? Let me know what you guys think about that in the comment section below. Let me know. With that being said, my family, Black First, as always, to every single last one of you all, thank you all for listening to this over 4 and almost 5 hour live stream. Thank you all for that. All right. Y'all have a blessed one.